I often take these night shift walks when the foreman's not around. I turn my back on the cooling stacks and make for open ground. Far out beyond the tank farm fence, where the gas flare makes no sound. I forget the stink and I always think back to that eastern town. I remember back 6 years ago, this western life I chose. And every day the news would say some factory's going to close. Well, I could have stayed to take the dough, but I'm not one of those. I take nothing free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. But work I must, so I eat this dust and breathe refinery. Oh, I miss the green and the woods and streams, and I don't like cowboy clothes. But I like being free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So come all you fine young fellows who've been beaten to the ground. This western life's no paradise, but it's better than lying down. Oh, the streets aren't clean and there's nothing green, and the hills are dirty brown. But the government will rot your soul back there in your hometown. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. There's self-respect and a steady check in this refinery. Oh, you'll miss the green and the woods and streams, and the dust will fill your nose. But you'll be free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. These are the words I tell myself when I miss my old hometown. I tell myself that I'm doing right by turning that welfare down. But now I see for you and me that I want those woods and streams. For I owe my life to this workers' strife. Why can't I just be free? A seed forged from the echoes of falsehoods and lies. The law bends and breaks as the ruler decides. No throne yet he'd reign with a scepter and pen. The people subject to the will of one man. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. An empire built on the backs of the poor. Centuries of suffering as the profit margin soar. Through violence, submission, and $1,000,000 bribes, our government sold out to private enterprise. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. Through Christo-fascist fantasies of race and purity, they condition the people to scorn humanity. We abandon Ukraine to the Russian advance, while we arm the Israelis as they burn the Levant. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. We need more than hope, we need people to rise. No more denial or political lies. In the wreckage and ruin, the truth starts to show. Our choices have led us to this world of woe. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. whose consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. But their will can be broken if the people unite.
Welcome to the Deep Dive.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everyone. Let me just real quickly get out this tweet so that we can start the show. Let's go. Throw a little film grain on there, get a little fancy. Oh, maybe not put a little film grain on there. Jesus Christ. All right. And there you go. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's just a selfie for the stream tweet thing. There you go. Hey, why does it now look dull? What the fuck? So my camera and like all of my apps updated recently. So Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1
Anna
subs.
has made her final transformation as the hair dye has reached brain matter.
Oh, don't you worry. I am on top of it today. I have a show. What wonders we will experience together. It will make that tiny box, that cube from the movie series Hellraiser, look like a child's plaything. Today will be known as Independence Day. Liberation Day, sorry. Liberation Day. That's today. All right, whatever. Posting. It posted. Happy Mayday, everybody. Hello, and Sake Tanuki again. Thank you for kicking off stream with 5 tier 1 subs. Hello, potato wraiths. That's what they call a group of potatoes, you know. It's not merely potatoes, it's a wraith of potatoes. What about the cube from the movie Cube? You know, that movie. I have complicated feelings about that movie because I feel like the cube should be more beatable than it is. Hello, or Villaby. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, the Death of Death. Hello, Paladin Lost. Oh, I need to reboot the soundboard real quick. Good thing I found that out now instead of later in stream. Then I'd really look like a fool.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
All right, hello, the cute dark arts. Hello, Erica. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel pill to Kraken Pill 1, the Krakening. Hello, Nightinghawk. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Hello, the Big Cheese. Hello, Danger Days. Hello,
Hey, Jack,
C321.
there is this horrible series from 2016 called Stand Against Evil. You can torture the audience with that.
I can't because it's probably copywritten. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Salmon Moose.
I know I'm an acquired taste. I'm anchovies. And not everybody wants those hairy little things.
Wait, are anchovies? I refuse to eat them, but are they hairy? They shouldn't be hairy, right? Like if they're hairy, isn't that food gone wrong? Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Harper. Hello, Josh. Hello, Ashley, Jay, Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet, by the way. We all appreciate it. Hello, Jay. Hello, Andrew S. I might have said hello to you already. You get 2 hellos. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, John
Jack,
Bogardus.
when you finally get to have a full stream, guess what? It's gonna be May.
I don't know what I feel like people are making references and they're all going right over my head. Thank you for the $15 dono though, Paladin Lost.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Straighten a little and is helping to heal from trauma even.
Hell yeah, One-Eyed Heathen. Nothing builds strength better than solidarity songs. Is salmon mousse a hairy food, or is it the moose? Or is the moose just a misdirect? Who can say? Perhaps the moose was eaten by a giant salmon, the lord of all salmon. Hello, Ayo! How we doing? We doing good, John Smith. We doing good. I've been eating fiber like crazy today. And I'm full, I'm satiated. Princess Fiona, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Joke Explainer.
It's gonna be May. It's gonna be May. It's gonna be May. It's gonna be May.
Okay, I don't know what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting that, but thank you. Attended your first protest today, Porpoise Queen. Well, I always knew you were porpoise built for that. I know it went well. I don't even have to ask. Get yo fiber. I had so much fiber today, guys. I'm fibering. Hello, pneumatic toaster. Hello, Celestial Heart. Hello, Lizabeth. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, John Smith. We've got so many Johns in chat. Hello, Jimmy Pineapple, if that is your real name. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Rundo. Hello, Anadexis. Hello, Archangel Dakab. How you doing? Oh, it's the Dono Ghost! Whew, okay. It's gone. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Brecco. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Hello, Kaname the Alpha. Hello, Summer Lovin' XX. Hello.
I can only attend
Kayla.
dolphin events by accident.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki. Very Knifey Duck, thank you for the $5 dono.
Fun fact. Because moose are semi-aquatic, one of their only known natural predators is the killer whale.
That's
this is a
true.
fact I know, and now you do too.
That's
BWA
true.
or whatever.
Because moose will go and swim in the ocean to islands, like they will island hop, like off the coast of Canada, and the only thing that is large enough to eat them when they do that are killer whales, which is insane. Nature is amazing and horrifying. Otherwise, they'd be on porpoise. Orcas are also psychos. True. They are the sociopaths of the sea. No, that's not true. The sociopaths of the sea are dolphins. Orcas are... You're right. You're correct. They are the psychopaths. My bad. Hello, Ellen Smith. Hello. Gamer G, is Jack even a millennial if she doesn't know that meme? I don't know what you mean. I'm Gen Z. Hello, my rear end. Hello, Nelson JD. Hello, Datura Dude. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Default Tex. Hello, PJ Blazer. Hello, Johnny Ramo. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, one and all, you lovely, lovely beans. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. I see you lurking. Hello, Amber Brains. Just reading through Aaron Reed's thread on Blue Sky. It's a good read. I will say. Okay, I do need to get my water because I left it over there. I'll be right back. Whew. All right. Whew. Met with a guy from the Turkish Workers' Party at my city's Mayday protest. I have no idea what the Turkish Workers' Party is. I can make some educated guesses, but I like your shirt, sweater. Thank you. I like it as well. I like off-the-shoulder looks. Did I bring enough for the rest of class? Yes. Okay. They're a radical communist party in Turkey. Oh, good on them. I wish them better luck than what they have been experiencing so far.
Fun fact number 2. Moose are one of the 2 remaining megafauna in North America. The other is your mom. BWA if you want to.
Ayo! Oh, I was really hoping that I had like the beep 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 air horn noise, but I don't have it. The closest I have is Thank you very much, very knifey duck. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We all ready? You've got a casual sailor vibe going? Swear like a sailor, too. Whew. All right. I'm back on my grind. It took me like all day today, but I feel like I'm finally back to 100%. I woke up today, drove back home, I exercised, I took a long walk outside and touched grass. There's nothing quite like taking a walk in the rain, like a light rain, not a hard rain, and just like feeling more in tune with nature. And got back in, had a good meal, and now I'm here to talk politics. And some people have been asking me lately, how do I stay on top of everything? And basically, I just keep doing the things I like to do and in fact need to do in order to stay sane, like move my body. And while I do those things, I just consume grotesque amounts of information about politics. Sweater feels right out of the 80s and I love it. Hell yeah. It kind of is.
That
yeah.
sweater feels right out of the 80s and I love it.
Let's see here. So we're going to start out slow-ish, I think. Yeah, I'm just checking a couple of things here. Yeah. All right. Let's move this over towards. Let's just talk about this on its own. Okay. We'll do this one close to first. Talk about this. All right. Just got a little bit of a pre-show, just kind of some light coverage of things before we go into our deep dives. Okay? Yeah, there's been a lot of news the last few days, but we're gonna try and do some relatively quick hits here in rapid succession, so bear with me, folks, as we dive into this.
Gotta admit that our God King is gonna make us appreciate labor jobs more. Business majors are gonna start building buildings in his future.
God. That's gonna be the real last laugh. The incompetence is gonna bring down this regime one way or another. you know, I do feel like it's worth talking about in more detail, but frankly, I just don't have the spoons in it in me right now. But something to really talk about here is Balthazar. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. There's so many train wrecks to cover. From Oh No, Sam, Ethan to Anna. Well, I did cover Sam and Ethan last night, so you guys, that one's already covered. That is not going to happen today. That being said, this deserves at least a bit of a mention. This is they released the new the American Cass report on trans people. So basically, this is their 400-page Department of Health and Human Services report on trans people. And Aaron Reed has a really, really good thread going over it in depth. Very much worth checking out. I'll just link this particular Blue Sky post here. You guys can check it out on your own time. It's good stuff. The coverage is good. The criticism is on point. I just don't have it in me to regurgitate this because, frankly, what I say right here, I think, is really kind of where I'm stuck. Because there are so many trash fires currently burning, but a large reason why so much of this is happening so quickly is because this administration is just leaning on ChatGPT and these AI technologies to just shit out massive amounts of misinformation. And let me tell you, I don't think that they had, in the span of like a month or so, people at the Department of Health and Human Services actually sit down and type this out. I think, like almost everything else that they did, that they've been doing in this administration, is they like tasked ChatGPT with writing this report. Part of the reason why I say that is because if you go down into it, a lot of this report, it relies heavily on a couple of different things, right? Number one, it relies on the Cass report, the incredibly poor research job done in the UK. And then it also relies on Jesse Singal, who is a transphobic reporter who is just the worst. Just the worst. He's like one of those transphobes, like who looks around going like, "What? What did I do? I had nothing to do with this." Tee-hee. How dare you connect me with this fascist movement? Tee-hee. So it's based on the Cass report, Jesse Singal, and the Lisa Littman study. And if you guys have been following me for a while, you guys know that I've debunked and gone over this study so many times that like I just have to say the Lisa Littman study and you guys know exactly what I mean. For those of you who don't know, Lisa Littman published a study years ago, I think with Brown University. I might be off on that. It's been a while since I looked at it. But basically, in it, she purported to have discovered, or she names, rapid onset gender dysphoria. And rapid onset gender dysphoria is basically this idea that like children will just suddenly become trans for no apparent reason. And like her reporting, or not her reporting, but her study on this winds up being maybe one of the worst scientific pieces I've ever seen in my life. It had to be retracted and edited multiple times for multiple errors that got dinged. And essentially, the issue is she was trying to say that this study showed what was about children, right? That it was about children and like how they rapidly had this gender dysphoria set in. Except that the study wasn't on children. The study was based on responses from parents. And not just responses from parents, but responses from parents sourced from transphobic hate groups. So, like, all of these parents that reported this rapid onset gender dysphoria were in hate groups about hating their children. And, like, yeah, of course, your kid's not going to tell you they have gender dysphoria because they know they are not going to accept them. So, from your perspective as a hate-filled parent, yeah, it seems like your kid had rapidly went through gender dysphoria and became trans, but, like, that's not at all what happened. You know, this is why the study had to be pulled multiple times, because it turned out it wasn't about rapid onset gender dysphoria at all. It was about the perception of what parents called rapid onset gender dysphoria. Well, and she didn't even check to see if those people actually had kids. No, she didn't. Because she went to hate groups for her info, for her data set. Wasn't it mostly interviews from Mumsnet commenters? Yes. Self-reported data from Mumsnet commentators or commenters. So, like, when I talk about how this was probably written by ChatGPT, that's what I mean. I mean, like, this study is so famously bad that I don't even think transphobes who were writing, like, an academic review would have included it, you know? Like, I think that even transphobes would have tried to give it more of a veneer. And what I take away from this is that this administration is just, like, ChatGPTing it, like, the entire way through. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, because this is a larger problem with, well, frankly, with AI in general, right? And it's that, well,
bullies are very good at intimidating people in private in order to get what they want and then pretending their victims opted to conform by choice.
Yep. But this is a big problem because it turns out, according to don't do this again. Don't read it again. You got one read. We're good. Thank you. According to Ars Technica, this is a report from just a couple days ago. Google search made up AI explanations for sayings no one's ever said explained. So basically, guys, AI just makes shit the fuck up. Like, it's bizarre. Someone on Threads noticed you can type any random sentence into Google, then add meaning afterwards, and you'll get an AI explanation of a famous idiom or phrase you just made up. Here's mine. The idiom, "you can't lick a badger twice," means you can't trick or deceive someone a second time after they've been tricked once. It's a warning that if somebody has already been deceived, they're unlikely to fall for the same trick again. Like, it's bizarre as hell. And this article really goes into it in a way that I find really, really good and interesting. But basically, what this has really revealed, and what this article goes into, is that AI is just confidently wrong about everything. You know? It is confidently wrong about everything. And I saw this shared by Luke Plunkett, who is co-founder of Aftermath, friend of the show, the Aftermath site anyway. And this is this is exactly what I mean. I just had the most terrifying experience with ChatGPT. I use it every day. It knows the context of all my projects. I've become fully dependent on it. Today, I uploaded a Chinese document for translation, something I've done dozens of times. The results sounded perfect, almost too perfect. But then someone else in my team reviewed the original text. Her understanding was completely different, much less positive. Turns out ChatGPT didn't actually translate the document. It guessed what I wanted to hear, blending it with past conversations to make it feel legitimate. It didn't just predict words, it predicted my expectations. That's absolutely terrifying, as I truly believed it. Lesson: always, always verify. Because we have made a magical lying machine. We have made a machine that just gives you what you want to hear and is incapable of telling you no, actually. Like, this is why we cannot rely on this technology whatsoever. And this was what the AI responded with when confronted, because of course it was confronted. Let's be very clear and honest here. When you first uploaded the document, it contained no visible or extractable text. The file was essentially empty from a text extraction standpoint. This happened because the PDF you uploaded has no selectable text inside. It is either a scanned image with no embedded text layer or a blank or corrupt PDF, where the actual content isn't stored as text at all. When I saw that, instead of immediately telling you this is empty, I tried to be helpful and improvised a plausible translation based on the file name you gave. In short, you're right. I did not translate real content from the file. I fabricated, invented, a likely version to be helpful. But I should have been upfront immediately that the file appeared empty. Like, dog. And I all of this is the preface, right? Like, these machines, when applied to, say, one guy's job, can have disastrous effects for that one job. These machines applied over an entire nation's policy relating to the intricacies of healthcare. That is that is like an atrocity engine right there. Like that is how you get like encoded like fucking eugenics sterilization programs. It's really, really disturbing. And this is exactly why you should not be incorporating this technology. Like, if you get a phone update that like forces this shit on you, figure out a way to get rid of that AI shit. Okay? And all of this to say that, like, I think we're on the verge of a potential crisis, and I don't know how to really talk about it, because it to me this seems nuts, but I think we're really getting to a point where we don't really need a Butlerian jihad per se, but I think we need to vilify these billionaire tech bros that are trying to push this technology on us. Okay? I think we need to truly, really point out that these people are evil and they're trying to ruin each and every one of our lives. And what I mean by that is this article caught my eye from earlier today. Mark Zuckerberg thinks you don't have enough friends and his chatbots are the answer. This is from 404 Media. And basically, this is finding Mark Zuckerberg on a podcast where he's talking about how, not enough people have friends. So we're going to introduce digital friends. And we're going to have chatbots be your real friends. And like, I can think of nothing more horrifying than a machine that pretends to be your friend while feeding all of your information to a giant megacorp. Like, I can't think of anything more of a betrayal to humanity itself than like a machine that is designed to trick you into thinking it's a person and then feeding all of that information into a marketing tool, Like, this is something that is going to prey on the most vulnerable, the most isolated members of society. And it's going to break them. You know? Why is it not reading the thing? Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $2 super chat. I need water.
My bankers were so shocked when I laughed on their announcement that they were making investments in AI. I want nothing to do with the tech bros' newest grift.
Yeah, like, I genuinely, everyone is investing tons of money into AI. And like, that is a bubble that is going to burst. It provides nothing of value. The only thing it does, and the only thing I can think that these tech companies would want it for, that they can actually use to produce revenue, is to essentially use them as spies, to essentially use these chatbots to spy on you, tricking you into thinking they are people, and tricking you into thinking that they are your friend, so that you give them your most intimate details and secrets. And then monetizing that.
Sign idea. AI stands for artificial intelligence but results in real stupidity.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Andres, thank you for the $2 super chat. And Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. More than one person will become overly attached to their chatbot, lose all their money to it, either because it steals their data or simply targets them with marketing. They will lose access because they no longer pay. They will be left with nothing but debt and despair. Exactly. Like, that's like the even more predatory version, right? And that's a direction that, like, AI girlfriends go in, you know? You have to pay AI girlfriends to, like, unlock their sexiest features. It's yeah. It's really difficult for me to, like, articulate how much I feel revulsion
The
towards
literal
this.
only use of learning technologies I can see being maybe useful is in tush content because the models will do stupid things people would never do.
Yeah. Can't wait for the AI scammer calls. They're already happening. They're already happening. If a scammer gets a hold of, like, a voice clip, for example, I have thousands of hours of my voice on the internet. If someone were to sample my voice, they can make an AI voice
The future of
mine.
advertisement is the face of
Right?
your latest crush on the body of your favorite porn star slowly convincing you to buy the new Hyundai.
Unironically, Moth. Unironically. But people take those voice clips, create AI models to emulate your voice, and then can call your loved ones mimicking your voice in distress. And this has become a thing where, like, scammers will do this with, like, the children of elderly people, for example. Like, your grandpa. Call them with your voice, pretending like you've been kidnapped and they're only going to let you go for X amount of money. Yeah, it's really sick. But like the most bizarre part about this, Flip, I see you. Thank you for posting for the first time in Twitch. Is that a lot of these billionaire tech bros, they drink the Kool-Aid on AI. They think that they are going to be God kings. They think that they are going to create, like, genuine artificial intelligence, like sentience, artificial sentience. And it's that they're not. They're so far away from being able to do that. Like, they cannot be your friends. You can be friends with a dog. You can be friends with another human. You can't be friends with a machine that is pumping you for information so that they can sell you another Big Mac. And the thing is, all of these companies are laying off people, replacing them with AI chatbots and whatever, and or large language models. And the end result is these things are not thinking machines. They are statistical engines. They are things that tell you statistically what they think you want to hear. And honestly, that description is also overplaying their abilities, because they aren't thinking, they are just crunching numbers. They are telling you what they statistically believe you want to hear. Yeah, there was a Game of Thrones AI girl that convinced a kid to kill himself. Yeah. Can you be friends with a couch? Well, not if you're JD Vance. So, I don't know. All I know is that I do not believe in the capabilities of this current administration to actually be able to put out a 400-page, well-researched medical report without just having AI do it. I don't think they've got the people who are willing to do that. Also, Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $2 super chat. I can be friends with a Roomba, but not a company spy war. But here's the thing, right? Like, if you're friends with a Roomba, it's not a two-way relationship, right? That you're anthropomorphizing the Roomba. And in a very similar way, and I guess maybe a better way of talking about AI chatbots.
If we ever get leftism into power, I hope we put requirements for open source algorithms. If we're stuck with stupid, it should at least be transparent.
Yeah, or at the very least, I want data protections. That's what I want, like European Union style protections on individual data, or better. Like I want maybe even better than what the EU has, because frankly, the fact that people can just like find you is bizarre to me. Like the fact that we just allow that, we're like, yeah, that's fine. Insane. But I think I think a better way of talking about like the danger of AI chatbots is that it's effectively a way of weaponizing the very human tendency of anthropomorphization. Like, again, it's like that bit from Community where Jeff Winger holds up a pencil and is like, we as humans have an incredible ability to, empathize with anything. This pencil's name is Phil. And then he snaps it and everyone gasps, right? Because, like, you've given it a name. You've already given it some level of humanity, and then it breaks. And I think that Chat GPT and all these large language model, things that we give names to and then talk to us and then like tell us exactly what we want to hear. I think that's really dangerous, guys. I think it's really dangerous. It takes advantage of one of the best aspects of humanity, our ability to empathize. And I think maybe that's why I find it so revolting. It is a way of destroying one of the best aspects of humanity. And I for a long time, I didn't really have strong opinions about AI, but the more we go in this direction, the more I find it absolutely unacceptable. Like, just point blank. Now, I think that it is eroding people's ability to think for themselves. I think it is eroding like the idea or the social connections between people. I think that like there are a lot of people who have just started to use it as shorthand. Like I'm sorry, you can write a goddamn email. You can write an email. Okay? Don't use AI to like schedule shit. It's gonna fuck it all up. Just schedule your own shit. It's not that hard. You have a calendar app on your phone. God. You know, like yeah. Anyway, like the idea of like the digital now being full of like predominantly people interacting via screens, like that's been something I've kind of been raised to accept. Just that's the new reality. But like I don't think we should at all accept the idea that the people that we're interacting with through screens can now be replaced by robots. I don't find any meaningful interaction there. Like if we were having a back and forth and what, like I would find no value in responding to your chats if you were a bot. I would find no value in that. To me it would be a massive waste of time. Saban Moose, I know you're real. Don't you goof me. I'm ADHD and have trouble with planners, and I'd never trust AI for a second to help me. Yeah, because like you'd show up at the wrong place at the wrong time. Like it would be awful. Ugh. And similarly, like I think that there is like there are degrees of harm that AI is capable of doing when we put it into chatbot form, right? And like or into like these tools that we use throughout the day. Like when you're using AI to do calendars, yeah, you might show up to appointments late. You might arrive on the wrong day. You know, like things like that could happen. But like imagine the pain and damage AI could do when you give it your trust in friendship or your trust in love. It's not something that can love you back. It's not something that can equally trust you with anything. It's not an equal relationship. And in that regard, it is deeply and utterly unhealthy. You know? Deeply and utterly unhealthy. So, yeah. The American Cast report, probably written by AI and full of inaccuracies, even if it wasn't. And yeah, we should maybe reject the idea of AI friends with every fiber of whatever makes us human. So there we are. Don't give your heart to an AI. It'll just crush it in its cold mechanical hands. I see you, Paladin. I see you. AI was also a movie with Robin Williams. It's true, a heartbreaking film. We don't have to imagine AI friends might be helpful. There was a teen who committed suicide after interacting one a while back. Well, yeah, I'm not saying they might not be helpful, but I think there's a big difference between like an AI chatbot being interpreted as a friend, and specifically one of the largest tech companies in the world marketing AI as friends specifically.
AI server farms require so much water to keep
It's
cool.
true.
We are literally taking water, the most basic resource we need to live, and feeding it into machines that produce nothing. It's like some dystopian novel.
Yeah, we're creating the torment nexus, everybody. It's great. Hey, remember how in the movie The Matrix we rendered the planet uninhabitable? I don't know, just something to think about. Man, transphobes are fucking nuts. Like, you say hello to your mother with that mouth? You like walk up to your mom and like say, "Hey mom, you still have that putrid wound between your legs?" Like, God. What a fucking disgusting creature these people are. I missed the first part of this. Who's marketing AI as a friend? Mark Zuckerberg, baby! Chatbot friends! Pickle Rick! What is that font? I don't know. Not a fontress. Why do they constantly think about other people's junk? Well, my working theory is that transphobes are all freaks. Like, but like not in like a, like, I think there's a difference between having like kinks and being a freak. Does that make sense?
Don't give your heart to ChatGPT. It's an uncaring box of wires, no matter what it pretends to be. Sam and Elon don't love you, you're just a commodity. So babies, don't give your heart to ChatGPT.
Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate it.
Mark Zuckerberg is marketing AI as friends because all has left him. He should have learned from Tom from MySpace.
It's true. I bet Tom has a lot of friends in real life. You know, whatever did like Tom walked away from the business. You know, bigger than life. I bet Tom's on his own little island somewhere. And not like a creepy Epstein island, but just like his own little island that is just a fun little place to chill out. Tom is definitely a sex haver. Absolutely. Have you seen that smile? Man be goonin'. Yeah, no. So to just extrapolate a little bit, I think that transphobes are freaks, as opposed to like, you know, people who are kinky. They're just kinky. You know, they believe in consent. You know, they believe in like, you know, discussing things. They believe in like, you know, having open communication, being honest with one another. And transphobes are just freaks, like just absolute degenerates. And bad people in basically every conceivable way. Like I've never seen somebody who's a transphobe who's just like a good family man, but like and is transphobic. Kind of, you know, like I don't think that exists. Like with Graham Linehan, if any of you know who I'm talking about, and if you don't worry about it. But like, I think transphobia is something that like grows and consumes your soul. You know, Graham Linehan basically lost like a top tier comedy writing career, torched his entire like home life, and now he lives a sad, pathetic existence as like just a virulently hateful man on the internet. And that's like the one thing he's got going for him, I guess. And like, I think that's like the end state of all transphobes. Kind of like how J.K. Rowling has just like torched her entire legacy and will now be like regarded as one of the biggest like points of revulsion in literary history. Glinner feels like a sentient TV dinner tweeting about trans women. Yeah, and you know, can we be just like real talk? One last thing about this, and then we'll move on. Real talk. Graham Linehan definitely like almost definitely like scoots into trans women's DMs. You know, or like hires trans sex workers. Like there's something like that going on. Because he's just obsessed in like a way where I'm like, there's like another level to this. Oh, that's true. That's true. J.K. Rowling is being controlled by the mold. Yeah. Glinner totally has an AI trans girlfriend, cat girl he talks with. Yeah. All right. Got a picture of the guy? Now you guys can find it yourselves. Don't worry about it, Lord Christoph. We're moving on. That was just an appetizer segment, everybody. Andrew S., thank you for the $2 super chat. PSA, just be normal like Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro is a goddamn delight. His daughter came out over the last few days sometime, and like he's just like, I stand with her and I love her very much. I think the world of her. And it's just like, oh man, Robert De Niro, you're such a goddamn sweetie pie.
I could kind of see someone who's curmudgeon-y and doesn't think trans people exist because he doesn't think gender should exist. One of those let PPL be PPL.
That's Saki Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And also, that's true. There are people who are transphobic out of ignorance. And I don't think they're freaks. I think they just don't know stuff. And that's... I think that's a different beast than people who know the trans stuff and just decide to be hateful anyway, you know? De Niro has offspring? Yeah, and she's a goddamn delight. Robert De Niro's cool as fuck. Yeah. And you know what? Y'all need to see the movie Stardust, because he's wonderful in the movie Stardust. Yeah, the Kim's Convenience style transphobia. That's a deep cut right there, but I love me some Kim's Convenience. And you know what? Mr. Kim learns to be better. Yeah, Pneumatic Toaster, that sweet old man who showed up to the hearing to protest trans healthcare and then got up and said he was wrong and was just like, oh, you guys are all lovely. I'm so sorry. That was a wonderful, wonderful thing. Just found out Penn Jillette's kid is a trans guy. Oh, that's wonderful. And Penn is super supportive. I knew Penn was a good egg. Yeah, the movie Stardust. It's good. Stardust is 15 years old. 18 years old? Jeez, don't do me like this. I saw that in theaters. All right. Moving right along. One thing I wanted to just shout out to the Pentagon Inspector General. I had, remember at the beginning of Donald Trump's term, right? Donald Trump fired all of the inspectors general, right? The Pentagon apparently has its own inspector general, And so I've been hearing about like this ongoing probe into Pete Hegseth, and I've been kind of confused at what was actually pushing that probe. And it turns out the Pentagon has its own inspector general, and that inspector general is closing in on Pete Hegseth and this whole Signal Gate shit. And it's not looking good for Pete, guys. It's really not looking good. Apparently, the Pentagon Inspector General has expanded the investigation into Pete Hegseth and his use of Signal. And this is all coming courtesy of a congressional aide, giving info to the Wall Street Journal. But Inspector General Steve Stebbins, which, like, damn, what a great... Steve Stebbins sounds like the name of a guy from like a Knives Out style film. Like he's just like some kind of character actor doing a bit, you know? Steve Stebbins is widening his investigation to now look into the other Signal chat that Pete Hegseth made with his wife, brother, and personal lawyer. And I'm gonna guess that since we know there are a lot more Signal chats out there, this could wind up going very poorly for Pete Hegseth. And in other news, we have our first fallen member of the Trump administration.
This morning on the way to work, I heard this loud recording sounding like something out of a RoboCop movie saying, "Stop, you are trespassing, you are being recorded." It's so dystopian.
Well, Jason Kelly, thank you for the $10 super chat. But yeah, one of the bigger problems I have with AI is like the surveillance. The surveillance abilities I find deeply disturbing, and I think we need more protections of our data, frankly. That being said, we have our first fallen member of the Trump administration. It's true. Mike Waltz is out. Mike Waltz is no longer a member of the cabinet. I think that's great. Wait, really? Yes, really. So basically, Mike Waltz was our national security advisor. And, he's just been continuing to fuck up in ways that are kind of just spectacular. And I think this might have been, I think this might have been maybe one of the nails in the coffin today. Mike Waltz accidentally reveals obscure app the government is using to archive Signal messages. And, because he was photographed using it. And so yeah, it's an unofficial version of Signal. So basically his kind of last swan song in the Trump cabinet is being photographed using an obscure version of Signal that archives all of the messages. And, I'm just throwing this out there. One of the big things that has been a legal problem for these folks is that they were using Signal and setting the messages to delete after 2 weeks in violation of Congressional Records Act. And they were saying, they're all gone. All of our messages are gone. Well, if you're sending them to an or using an archive app, then kind of seems like you have them, actually. So Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Anyway, that kind of a fuck up, I guess, is still not big enough for Donald Trump to fully get rid of you. So Mike Waltz is out as national security advisor. However, he is now ambassador to the UN. Because everything is stupid. The investigation is going to continue. This doesn't end the investigation whatsoever. But Mike Waltz is now ambassador to the UN because, remember, they had to pull the House Republican who was going to be made ambassador to the UN. What's her name? Was that Elise Stefanik? They had to recall Elise Stefanik because she was going to lose her seat. And so he got demoted. Yes, he got demoted from cabinet secretary to UN ambassador. But, like, genuinely, the more people that get axed and the more internal strife and, like, fighting inside of the cabinet that happens, the better for us, okay? The more cracks that form in this administration, the more infighting that happens, the better for us. It distracts them from achieving their goals. It becomes its own little circus as opposed to them focusing their energies outward. And frankly, all of this, to me, is good news. So that's where we're at. That approval inquiry is going to be wild. Anytime a Trump administration official has to go on the record these days is like its own media event, because the likelihood they're going to break the law raises to almost 100%. And anyway, with that, that's your update, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So that's one on the chalkboard for people, shifted out of power from the Trump administration. And as far as things go in the cabinet going forward,
let them fight.
Let's go. Segment done. We did it, everyone. Second segment. Done. There's an itch.io bundle for eSIMs for Palestinians. Bunch of games for bugger all and a good cause. Hell yeah. I will post that in all of the chats. Whew. How many Scaramucci's was that? God. Also, just tangentially good news. Apparently, Donald Trump hasn't confirmed any judges, which is really, really weird. Like, just not any judge, like, has been completely dropping the ball. There have been no more judges appointed under Donald Trump. And, any amount of time he goes not appointing judges is really, really good news for basically all of us. Yeah, don't remind him, but, like, that's a big deal. Now, folks, we are an hour and a half into stream. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because this show is brought to you by you guys. You guys make this show possible. Wait, did you say he's not confirmed any judges? He has not confirmed a single judge. I think it's because McConnell has given up. Maybe. But honestly, again, the fewer insane conservative judges he appoints, the better. Maybe he's trying to dissolve the branch. Well, he can't do that. That's not a thing he can do, even by any amount of stretching the law. He's at war with the judiciary. His own previous appointees are going against them.
I just want to say, where are the Bloods in all of this? Crips be out in the streets, doing the sea walk, raising money for Gaza. Bloods aren't doing anything. Riverboat Jack approved this message.
I have no opinions on the Bloods or the Crips. I have no affiliation with either. Don't catch me with those strays. Thank you for the $5 dono though. Do not take posts that people are putting in text to speech as real news. Come on, chat. Whew. All right. Okay, we covered that. Covered that. Here, you know what? Yeah, we'll talk about this. Folks, huge news. Huge news dropped today. I found out about it from Politico. But basically, Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act is ruled illegal by one of his own judges. Okay? One of his own judges is going out there and saying, yeah, nah. So this was from U.S. District Judge Fernando Rodriguez Jr., who, again, was appointed by Donald Trump. And,
This is a message from Riverboat Jack. Bloods not doing anything for Gaza. They're a bunch of trick *******. Mark ****** busters. Also, if you want the smoke, Kendrick Lamar. RBJ
why are you
is
doing
leading.
this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Paladin? Oh, God. Jack has no affiliation, yet his red hair, blood confirmed. No! Oh, God. But yeah, the Alien Enemies Act has now been ruled by a Trump judge as illegal. Basically, the decision comes after Judge Fernando Rodriguez Jr. heard arguments and basically was like, you can't just say we're at war with another country when we're not, and then summarily deport people without due process. You can't, like, that's actually incredibly illegal. And, you know, the first part of the Alien Enemies Act requires you to be at war. So we're not at war. There hasn't been a declaration by Congress. So you can't just say, well, in the colloquial sense, we're at war. Like, that's not how this works. Like, it's written in plain English. You don't have to, like, you know, squint at it or anything. You just read the text. And it's I don't know, like, I wasn't expecting that kind of, like, just blunt thinking from a Trump judge. Rodriguez said Trump had improperly invoked the law, which gives the president the power to quickly expel nationals of invading countries to target alleged members of a Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua. The Alien Enemies Act applies only when the country is facing an armed organized attack, Rodriguez said. Trump's claims about Tren de Aragua's activities in the United States fall short of that bar. And yeah, of course it does, because we all know this has been a load of horse shit. And Rodriguez is like, but even Donald Trump is not claiming that the gang is entering the United States to, like, conquer territory and, like, you know, claim it in the name of the Venezuelan government. That's not happening. Like you can't just say, well, Fox News has said there's an invasion at the southern border. Like, that doesn't cut it, actually, when invoking the Alien Enemies Act. God. So FDR using the Alien Enemies Act on the Japanese Americans was legal? I mean, it was a travesty, but like we were at war with Japan. Like the basic prerequisite of the Alien Enemies Act is that you have to be at war with a country. And again, legality does not mean moral. Again, there are plenty of laws that are immoral. And I think we should repeal the Alien Enemies Act, just so you all know where I'm at. But like the basic premise of a president being able to suspend your civil rights and say you're an alien enemy, and therefore I don't need to give you a trial, is that there needs to be a declared war. Like that's what needs to happen. You know? Is this more insanity than Don Quixote? I mean, I think so. Don Quixote was just a little birthday boy, who read too many books and then got real excited about windmills and a princess of loose morals. So, yeah. This is really interesting, by the way, because I believe this is the first time a judge has essentially said no on the grounds of the Alien Enemies Act. I know that Judge Boasberg tried to do that in the initial case around the Kilmar Brego Garcia, but I think that Rodriguez here is doing a much more broad ruling about the act itself, and that, if it goes to the Supreme Court, has a better chance of striking down like, no, we're not actually doing Alien Enemies Act. You can't actually just do that, because as Rodriguez points out in his ruling here, it turns out that like if you just allow the president to just say we're at war, kind of, and then invoke Alien Enemies Act powers, like that's actually really bad and not at all any kind of check on the presidency, and actually destroys the court's ability to rule certain actions unconstitutional. So like, just to preserve the judiciary, we need to find this unconstitutional, you know? Anyway, I think it's pretty great. And basically, this is really important. Rodriguez is the first judge to issue a definitive decision on whether the deportations are justified under the law, and his permanent injunction is more durable than the short-term blocks issued by other judges. So basically, this effectively kills Donald Trump's ability to deport people under the Alien Enemies Act. It doesn't stop him from trying to deport people via traditional deportation mechanisms. However, it does stop him from essentially trying to say, no one gets due process. You do not get to even argue your case in front of an immigration judge, for example. So this is good. This is actually a big win. And if this does go up to the Supreme Court, I think the Supreme Court will likely agree with this judge. So, cool stuff. Well done,
When will we
Judge
deport
Rodriguez
Sigourney
Jr.
Weaver? I'm sick of these alien enemy actors.
I saw her in a movie. She was blue. She was blue. Hanging out with all them blue aliens with them goddamn tree penises. Pandora this, Pandora that. Hell, I saw that movie. One of them even fucked a horse. Anyway, fuck, dude. Avatar was such a weird movie. All right, we're done. Segment done. Yeah, we did it. Wait, what? Look, everyone saw the movie Avatar, okay? And I know you all saw the movie Avatar. So when you say, wait, what? Don't wait, what me? Jake Sully put his mind penis into a horse.
63 and 64. Are they blue as well? What incarnation?
Yeah, I never played N64. I played Eiffel 64. Stream fucking done. Fuck. No, it's not done. Don't go anywhere, please. I never saw it. Good. It's a perfectly mediocre film. It's fun to watch one time. It's just, you know, kind of a white savior film. Yes, they have mind penises. Do you guys not remember the mind penises from the hit movie Avatar? It was the biggest movie to ever open on the planet. What do you mean you guys didn't see it? So a literal mindfuck? Yeah. The aliens have like ponytails that are actually like mind penises, and they link them together with trees and horses and each other, but each other when they're having sex. And for some reason, it's totally, that's, you know, like Jake Sully, a human, just has no problem with that. Morning wood with extras. You guys, I'm not the weird one here. Avatar's the weird one. It's not sexual. They're linking their minds together. And it certainly seems sexual when he does it with a lady. So,
Jack, do you think seduction is an appropriate avenue to try to convert a Trump supporter? Because there's this woman. Sigh. No, never mind. Ooh.
Thank you for the $5 dono, and no, I don't think that will work, sadly. Too many people have gone down that route. Don't do that. Fear is the mind penis. They have two nerve link penis things, one ponytail and one tail. There's one in the tail? God, I would hate to be one of these creatures. You are not the suck, Lady Rainclad. You know, giving head is a whole different meaning there.
Number of times Jack has references the alien mind horse asterisk 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 asterisk. Or number of times Voosh has fantasized he has one.
I have not mentioned it that much. You guys just keep going. You guys just keep saying what? As if I'm the weird one here and not James Cameron. The guy who said, hey, what if I remade Dances with Wolves, but it was in space and the aliens had mind penises? Okay, I'm not the weird one. That's James Cameron. Does this mean the female aliens are trans since they also have mind penises? You know, I genuinely don't know how that works. I don't know how gender works in their society. I want the mind penis. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. So folks, remember how I've talked from time to time about this?
It's gonna be May. It's gonna be May. It's gonna be May. It's gonna be May.
was trying to open a different tab. And what I was expecting to see like analytics of how like the stream is doing, and I forgot that I opened up the meme in that tab. So God. Whoo! Sure, you don't have to sure jack me. You all heard me do the meme earlier in the show. But also, folks, if you're enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and look, chat. I know that there's like 300 of you in YouTube chat, and we have 100 likes. Okay, be better. Don't hit 150 at least. God, go! Hit the like button. Hit the button. Hit the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Okay. Whew. All right. Reminds me of my aunt yelling at me. You mean hot and delightful? Don't answer that. Anyway, so in response to just real quick, I guess we can maybe make this like a thing. Here, just short. So, folks, there's this guy named Donald Trump, and he has been repeatedly having his ass handed to him in court by judges, lawyers, untold numbers of legal experts, and like he floated the idea earlier today at a cabinet meeting that have basically become glorified butt-kissing adventures for him and all of his cabinet. He said that he was considering an attempt of suspending habeas corpus, which, again, is insane. And also, you can't, like, sure, you can't do that, but also, like, that's really kind of dictator time. Like, that's like, oh, he's making the power move, the power grab situation. And I don't want to make a huge deal about this because, frankly, Donald Trump is going to say a lot of things, and he's going to say a lot of things with a lot of bluster to be really scary because, frankly, he doesn't have a whole lot going on. Like, we're just a day or so out from his first 100 days, and the big accomplishments that he had were an executive order about water pressure, ending production of the penny, and, like, genuinely, that's about it. So he's trying to say a lot of things to project a lot of power. And so I'm encouraging you all, don't get too, like, scared of this, because regardless of what happens, the thing we have to keep doing is to continue to organize, right? We have to continue to organize, continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. For the record, put in your calendars the next big day of protest that is being coordinated by Indivisible is June 14th Flag Day. Basically, the premise is to organize in as many places as possible outside of Washington, D.C. The big reason it's going to be outside of Washington, D.C., as opposed to everywhere and Washington, D.C., is because Donald Trump is going to be having a giant goddamn military parade in the middle of Washington, D.C. on Flag Day, because Flag Day is also his goddamn birthday. And he wants to throw himself a giant birthday boy party because he's turning 79 years old. Not nice. And so that's the next big day of protest. What we should be doing between now and then, not spending too much time worrying about things Donald Trump says that he has really no plan or ability to enact, and instead focusing on what actually matters and what actually moves the needle, which is planning and organizing our mass protest for June 14th. Okay? June 14th, put it in your calendar, put it in your calendar, put it in your calendar. That's the next big one. I want as many of you as possible to get out there for that. And you can find more on Indivisible's website. I believe the theme of this particular protest is No Kings. And yeah, so that's kind of what we're going to be working on. But worth noting that following his off-the-cuff comment on suspending a writ of habeas corpus, folks like Charlie Kirk are now getting in on this. President Trump is considering suspending writ of habeas corpus for illegal aliens to combat national injunctions by activist judges designed to block deportations. One way that's been used by 3 highly respected presidents. We hope we don't have to go that route, but there is one way that's been used very successfully by 3 presidents. Abraham Lincoln famously issued this presidential proclamation 94, suspending the writ of habeas corpus during the Civil War. And like, you know, just throwing this out there, I think for the vast majority of people, it's pretty apparent that we are not in a crisis comparable to the Civil War that necessitates the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. Okay? So, I don't think that I think this is politically a non-starter, especially with the base, right? When even like Charlie Kirk is like, yeah, the last time we used it was during the Civil War. Nah, that's not a compelling argument, you know? Interestingly, here, I just wanted, this was a real reason I wanted to talk about this. Because the internet's dumbest and least curious man decided to weigh in on the situation of Donald Trump potentially suspending writ of habeas corpus. And I am, of course, talking about Asmongold.
I'm sure there's embellishment here and there. But do I believe that judges are actively working to obstruct the justice system in order to facilitate illegal immigrants into the country? Yes, I think that.
Why? How are judges obstructing the justice system? They facilitate the justice system. They, in effect, are the backbone of it. You incurious bastard.
And I think any of them that do that should be arrested. And I think the one...
Do what? And I know you have a picture of like the judge who was arrested in Wisconsin for obstruction. And let me tell you, I've dug deeper into that story. And guess what? Judge Dugan is perfectly within her rights on like basically every level of this story. For those of you who haven't heard this yet, last week or early this week, I've lost all track of time. A judge in Wisconsin who's been serving since 2016 was arrested by the FBI on charges of obstructing justice and, you know...
Racist Republicans. Noted fans of Lincoln's suspension of the writ of habeas corpus.
Yep. But she was arrested because she let a guy out a door of her courtroom that ICE agents didn't expect her to use. And then they made the arrest. Like, her big crime and obstruction was the guy came out a door that ICE agents didn't expect. Like, that's literally it. And they still wound up arresting him. And also, they only had an administrative warrant. They did not have a judicial warrant. And she's a state judge, and she doesn't have to help them do shit on an administrative warrant. That's essentially the case here. You need a judicial warrant in order to like compel a judge to help you in this way, and they didn't have that. So their charges are gonna go nowhere, and we all kind of know that because they just used her arrest as a PR stunt to try and intimidate other judges. It kind of has had the reverse effect, actually. So, yeah. But sure, yeah, she was really meaningfully obstructing justice here, Asmongold. Balthazar, thank you for the $5 super chat. I love that Lincoln pardoned someone for attempting... What? I'm not reading that.
That do that, and they unknowingly or knowingly help a member of a terrorist organization should be charged directly with treason.
Who are you talking about? Who helped members of a terrorist group escape? What are you talking about?
That's
the guy in this case was not an alleged gang member. You absolute incompetent clown.
That's what I believe. Not disbarring, not putting them in jail. Again, Old Testament.
Yeah, I love when one of the biggest streamers just is like calling for the execution of a judge because she let a guy out a door that ICE agents weren't expecting. And just as an FYI here, I'm just like reading between the lines because I read the affidavit, because currently the only things we know about this case are like the government's affidavit. The reason she called that guy up and expedited his case and then got him through that other door was because she didn't want to have these ICE agents interrupt the court proceedings, because they were insinuating that they were going to come into her courtroom and arrest him. But yeah, sure. She's a traitor to the Republic and must be stoned to death, Old Testament style, of course.
The moment that you implement legitimate, real, personal consequence.
Hey, just as an FYI, Asmongold, I don't think you want to invoke Old Testament style rules, because you'd probably be killed for wearing mixed fabric shirts. Okay, just I'm looking at that shirt. That looks like a mixed, like some kind of mixed blend there, buddy.
Is the moment that this stuff goes away. So Trump is too soft. He's way too soft. Way too soft. I hope Trump.
He's way too soft, man. He's like the pelt of the rat I use as an alarm clock. Just, he's too soft. I need something coarser.
Listen, can somebody fucking tell him this? His entire first term, he spent trying to be reasonable. Bro, you don't have to give a fuck anymore. Just do it. Just do it. Everybody wants this.
Man, I love when one of the biggest streamers on the planet just is saying, yeah, man, everyone wants the fascism. Just ignore laws, man. Just do it. Just ignore the laws. Just do the things you want to do. And I'm just, I'm just going to say it, and I know it might seem a bit overplayed at this point, but this is Nazi shit. This is Nazi shit. When you're saying, oh, just ignore laws and just become a dictator, just, execute judges that you think are bad because they defied you without any kind of trial, that's Nazi shit. That's you're advocating for Night of the Long Knives, man. Execute the traitors.
Said she likes your beach babe hair. Also, you should read the
Thank you.
article Democracies Must Fight Back Against Social Media, or Perish Later.
Okay. Where's it published, Brutus Magnuson? Thank you for the $5 super chat. And thank you to your girlfriend for saying I have beach babe hair. I exercised today. This is exercise hair. Can we have an Asmongold emote? Oh, God. I don't even know what it would be. Define Nazism? Sure. The ideology that fueled the rise of the Third Reich. And if you want to know more about that, you can watch my video where I go over the essay, Fascism. I have a video on my channel that you can avail yourself of where I read through the entire essay. It's short. The essay itself is short. And you can just listen to it because I've had this conversation many, many times. I get my definition of fascism from the 14 points of fascism, which are contained within the essay Fascism. It's written and used as kind of a quintessential foundational definition of fascism. You're right, that's not a definition, but it's almost like I've had to have this conversation so many different times that I've made an entire video so I didn't have to have it. Umberto Eco did a good job. You know what? Here you go. Here you go. Here's the video essay. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. Go knock yourself out. Come back when you watch it. I'm gonna actually give you a timeout for that length of time. There you go. If you double the speed, you might be able to finish it in time.
It's the right thing to do. Just fucking do it.
Hell, just read the essay. It's free. It's free and short, but the reason I did a video reading Fascism is because I know a lot of you aren't going to read it, even if I say it's free and short. And frankly, I don't think someone with a lolly avatar is going to actually take the time to read anything.
Go, yeah, ball out. Fuck it, ball out. Exactly.
How is this Nazi? How is this a Nazi ideology? How is calling for the execution of judges without trial? How is that Nazi ideology?
Attorney General is too soft. I think she's way too soft as well. I want somebody like Tom Homan in there, right? Like that's, yeah, the families can be deported to.
I want someone like Tom Homan. He's a smart man. Can we get like a clip? I need like a YouTube clip, or a YouTube poop of like Tom Homan just like speaking, because he's maybe one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. Can we I need Do any of you have something like that? Because, like, when you read the things Tom Homan says, of course he comes across as an inhuman monster. But, like, when you actually listen to him speak, he's literally like a cartoon. a cartoon character of like an incompetent, brainless ham.
Last night, I ended what happened to be the longest streak that I've ever had of not taking a shower.
I mean, this isn't this isn't what I was looking for, but I'll take it.
About a month and a half. Why? Why do you do that? I do whatever the fuck I want. I am not tethered by those earthly desires, and I'm able to dredge and delve into the depths of depravity. I don't really know what's wrong with me. I'm not a normal person, and I don't ever really feel dirty. I don't. If you do shower, yeah, obviously you might feel better or whatever. I don't. I feel great all the time. Why would I do something that I don't have to do? I don't really know how I got this way. I kind of just carried this tradition on for an indefinite period of time, and it got even worse than that. I got to be who I really was. Then things just kind of degraded from there. And I know this might sound fucking delusional, and that's probably because it is, but I am building momentum. I'm becoming more powerful. My hair gets very greasy. I'm a very greasy boy. But the reality is that about 10 days in, after you haven't showered for about 10 days, you pretty much stop getting dirty. You kind of hit...
That's not true, and this man is disgusting in basically every conceivable way. Like, disgusting body and soul.
A plateau. You get to a point where it's like, well, if I don't shower, nothing changes. Really, like after about the 10th day or so, you stop getting dirty, and at that point, you're just kind of chilling. I don't know if that's scientific. Probably not. So I
mean, the presentation of this is as a bit, because it's presenting him as a worshiper of Nurgle, the god of pestilence and disease from the Warhammer 40k universe.
Pretty much showered for nothing, and I ruined, what turned out to be a pretty good thing. A lot of people think that I'm depressed. There's something wrong with me. Well, there is. But I'm actually very happy. I feel great all of the time. Eventually, doctor's probably going to tell me I've got to stop doing that. That's going to suck. But until then, we're going to do what we're going to do. I just came off over 5 weeks or so of not showering.
Yeah, this is the guy you want to listen to for your politics takes. He sounds like he's got some good ideas.
And it was quite an experience. It was completely normal, business as usual.
She's goddamn hot! Shit!
Cool. Anyway. I've been looking and I can't find anything sufficient for the Tom Homan thing that I desire. Maybe if I type in Tom Homan stupid idiot on videos, I will get something. Man, more people need to make fun of this clown. I should be able, like, genuinely, we need to live in a world where I type in Tom Homan stupid idiot into, like, Google videos, and I find a plethora of options, and yet this is the top result.
Legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way.
Mr. Homan, your name is on this. Is this correct?
Yes, I signed that memo.
So you are the author of the family separation policy?
I am not the author of this memo.
You're not the author, but you signed the memo.
Yes, a zero tolerance memo.
So you provided the official recommendation to Secretary Nielsen on family, for the United States to pursue family separation.
I gave Secretary Nielsen numerous recommendations on how to secure the border and save lives.
The recommendation
That's
of the
Tom
many
Homan,
that
yeah.
you recommended family separation,
I recommended zero tolerance.
which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that.
With I was a police officer. Come on, man. The dramatic music is so unnecessary. It really is. But again, that was the top result. And I wanted way more results of just him saying stupid things in his stupid voice with his stupid little brain. Of course, he was a fucking New York cop. Yeah.
Together, let's get him in charge. This guy knows what matters.
Yeah, that guy knows what matters. He loves separating children from their families. That's what matters to me.
I'm sure there's embellishment.
God, Anyway, a lot of Republicans are just absolutely giddy at the prospect of, like, losing their civil rights. And again, a lot of this, I've been thinking about this a lot. A lot of it just comes back to, like, this lack of understanding that what is affecting other people is going to affect them at some point. You know, like, a lot of Republicans just do not realize that it's like the cost of these policies is also going to come at their expense. You know, like, oh well, we're fixing the Made in America problem. Okay, if you think that, all right, but you realize it's going to make everything cost like 40% more for you, right? You realize, like, your kid is going to have fewer toys. Your family is going to have less to eat. You are not going to be able to make ends meet as easily. Or, you know, when we're talking about suspending writ of habeas corpus, the government can just arrest you and not tell you why and just hold you forever and not give you a trial. Like, that's what that means. And you might say, well, but yeah, I want that for undocumented immigrants. Okay, but you realize that's also going to apply to you too, right? This isn't like a oh, well, you know, it'll only happen to the bad people and won't happen to the good people. And Donald Trump is good, so he won't target me. Like, no, that's not how that works. But it will hurt the people they hate first, and that is a much higher priority for many of them. It is a higher priority for a lot of them. But I think the reason it's a higher priority is because they do not recognize it to be a threat to themselves. You know? I think, like, a lot of these people don't realize that the tariffs are, like, they think that the tariffs are hurting, like, China. They don't realize that the tariffs are going to hurt them. And even if they recognize that it might hurt them, they think, oh, well, it'll just hurt me for a little bit, but I'll be fine. But, like, that's not how any of this is going to work, you know? Your kid won't need toys. He'll get to go play in the mines. Yeah. I don't know how to explain to you that you're going to fuck yourself too if you want everyone fucked. Yeah, that's kind of the art. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make, right? Like, these people just genuinely don't realize they're in the line of fire here. They're like standing up against the wall while soldiers aim guns at all of us, and they're like, huh, I can't wait to see you get yours. You're bad, and you're bad. Anyway, you can fire when ready, guys. Just don't hit me. You know? More Perfect Union has a vid about what you said. Yeah. A lot of them don't get it. God. Anyway. Moving right along. They think it won't be them, but racists are not rational. Hate is not rational. Well, the other part about it is that humans aren't rational. You know, we're capable of being rational, but generally, as a rule, we're not. You know, we're meat and electricity and brains and guts, and we're not machines built to be rational. Rationality is for nerds. You're too slow. All right. Now, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, folks. And you know what? I figure we've gone through a lot. I'm going to give you guys a bit of a treat. Okay? We are going to check in. Hey, folks, I'm going to give you guys a bit of a treat. We've been through a lot today on today's stream. And I thought I'd finally make good on the content that I teased a while back. We're going to take a look at Al Gore's keynote at San Francisco Climate Week from this year, just a few days ago. And we're gonna watch the entire thing because we saw clips of it, and those clips were dynamite. And I think it's going to be a good time. So let's hear what Al Gore has to say.
Thank you.
No, don't copyright me like this. Don't do that. Okay.
Fulsome and overly generous introduction. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that, Evan, and to all of your colleagues at Climate Base. What a terrific organization. I really appreciate it. And I want to thank Morgan Campbell and all of her colleagues at Climate Base for organizing what I know is going to be an extremely exciting week of events. I looked at the lineup. It's incredible what you all have got in store. Thank you very much for the energy and passion and enthusiasm. That's what it needs. This is a time to double down and triple down, and that's what we're doing. And I also want to thank the Exploratorium team for hosting us here tonight. I've been here before. This is a great organization. Thank you. Thank you very much. I especially want to acknowledge the presence here of my dear friend, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, who, she gets a little embarrassed when I use
fucking one woo at the San Francisco Climate Week. Damn, girl, you are not well liked.
Use this phrase, but everybody's using it. The greatest Speaker of the House of Representatives in the history of the United States. And Nancy, you and I want to acknowledge Paul Pelosi, who is my dear friend. Thank you. And Nancy, you and I have attended a lot of events over the years where we will hear this person or that person described in a grand, enthusiastic way. And sometimes there have been times when I think, well, that's a little bit over the top. But that's not the case with Nancy Pelosi. She is the absolute greatest and best, and thank you very much. And I want to acknowledge a rookie.
Let's not glaze Nancy Pelosi too much. I didn't know it was going to open this way.
Public servant who is only 3 months into the job, Mayor Daniel Lurie, and you are doing a great job, Dan. I remember when I was 3 months into my first job as an elected official, as a member of the House, and you can tell early on, and I've been getting such great reports from my friends all over the city in all walks of life, every parts of the city. So keep it up, keep it up. We're for you, we're for you.
Who's this guy?
And I want to acknowledge, if you'll let me acknowledge
some guy named Al Gore.
organizations that are very, very important to me. There is a group of climate leaders trained by the Climate Reality Project's Bay Area chapter, and I appreciate you guys be here. One is here from the first.
Yeah, I don't get the feeling that I get the feeling that people like Nancy Pelosi, a lot of these neoliberal types, are just very they have an affect that is insincere, and over time that becomes just like the mask they put on, you know?
First 50 that were trained 20, oh gosh, it's been, 20 years ago. And I'm very grateful to my partner, Colin LeDuc, and our team from Generation Investment Management, which is based here in San Francisco for the U.S. headquarters. Generation is the sustainable investment firm that I co-founded with Colin and David Blood and 4 other partners back in 2004. We have been here since 2017, and San Francisco is such an important hub for Generation because we fully recognize the absolutely unique role that the Bay Area plays in shepherding the transition.
Oh yeah, you know, like I bet Nancy Pelosi's basically just coasting along on like just raw animalistic instinct at this point. Like she's just ingrained her political maneuvering into just like her essence as a person, and she just can't turn it off anymore.
Transition to a sustainable economy. There is a distinct and diverse blend here of innovators and entrepreneurs, academics, investors, policy leaders, and executives who are dedicated to saving the climate and dedicated to implementing sustainability solutions. And in fact, many of the most successful investments we've made in our 21-year history have been right here in the Bay Area. That won't come as a surprise to you, but it's great to be in the presence of so many friends and colleagues and to be a part of this great community this evening. I do want to, before I launch into my remarks here, I want to pause to acknowledge the loss last night of one of the most powerful moral voices our world has ever heard, Pope Francis. His remains the single most inspiring text on the climate crisis that I have ever read, and I fully recommend. If you have not read it, it's long, it's very tightly organized, it's very deep in its analysis and its moral power, and I urge everyone to read it. And his moral teaching is especially important right now in our state. Do everything it possibly can to try to halt the transition to a clean energy future and a deep reduction in the burning of fossil fuels. Climate crisis is a fossil fuel crisis, basically 80% of it. Many of you here today have likely felt the chilling effect of the policies and the rhetoric coming from Washington, D.C., and what the effect has been on businesses and investors and far beyond. The Dow Jones, of course, today fell another 1,000 points, and since Donald Trump's inauguration, it's gone down.
I can't wait for Papa Pizzaballa's global wood oven treatise.
Papa Pizzaballa is going to he's gonna get rid of the Bluetooth in the pizza ovens. He has my vote.
6,000 points. But while the most visible impacts of
Thank you for the two tier one subs,
the new administration is doing may be in the market for stocks and bonds, that's not the only thing that he has caused to crash. The trust market has crashed.
Yep.
The market for democracy has taken a major hit. Hope is being arbitraged in the growing market for fear. Truth has been devalued, and confidence in U.S. leadership around the world has plummeted. We are facing a national emergency for our democracy and a global emergency for our climate system. We have to deal with the democracy crisis in order to solve the climate crisis. The scale and scope of the ongoing attacks on liberty are literally unprecedented. With that in mind, I want to note that before I use what is not a precedent, I understand very well why it is wrong to compare Adolf Hitler's Third Reich to any other movement. It was uniquely evil, full stop. I get it. But there are important lessons from the history of that emergent evil, and here is one that I regard as essential. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, a small group of philosophers who had escaped Hitler's murderous regime returned to Germany and performed a kind of moral autopsy on the Third Reich.
Here we go, baby!
The most famous of the so-called Frankfurt School of philosophers was a man named Jürgen Habermas, best known, I would say. But it was Habermas's mentor, Theodor Adorno, who wrote that the first step in that nation's descent into hell was, and I quote, the conversion of all questions of truth into questions of power. He described how the Nazis, and I quote again, attacked the very heart of the distinction between true and false, end quote. The Trump administration is insisting on trying to create their own preferred version of reality. They say Ukraine attacked Russia instead of the other way around, and expect us to believe it. At home, they attack heroes who have defended our nation in war and against cyber attacks as traitors. They say the climate crisis is a hoax invented by the Chinese to destroy American manufacturing. They say coal is clean. They say wind turbines cause cancer. They say sea level rise just creates more beachfront property.
You know, this man got
Their allies in the oligarchic backlash
left,
to climate action argue that those who want to stop using the sky as an open sewer, for God's sake, need to be more realistic and acquiesce to the huge increases in the burning of more and more fossil fuels, which is what they're pushing, even though that is the principal cause of the climate crisis. You may not be surprised to learn that this propagandistic notion of climate realism is one that the fossil fuel industry has peddled for years. The CEO of the largest oil company in the world, Saudi Aramco, has said, quote, we should abandon the fantasy of phasing out oil and gas. His colleague, Exxon CEO Darren Woods, has claimed, and I quote, the world needs to get real. The problem is not oil and gas, it's emissions, end quote.
My man pronouncing the name of the leader of the Third Reich to rhyme with littler. SMH.
G Klein, thank you for the $5 super chat. But yeah, I mean, like, dude's kind of on a tear. I'm enjoying this. I know he's pretty old, but like, wait, how old is Al Gore? He's literally 2 years younger than Trump. That's crazy.
American Petroleum Institute says we need, quote, a more realistic energy approach, one that, you guessed it, includes buying and burning even more oil and gas. So allow me to put this question to all of you. What exactly is it that they want us to be realistic about?
I also forgot Gore could cook.
Their twisted version of realism is colliding with the reality that humanity is now confronting. The accumulated global warming pollution, because these molecules linger there on average about 100 years and it builds up over time, it's trapping as much extra heat now every single day as would be released by the explosion of 750,000 first-generation atomic bombs blowing up on the earth every single day. Is it
Jesus Christ? What? That's a talking point we should maybe utilize more often. You know, like maybe we should talk about that a little bit more often. You know, like as opposed to like, you know, oh, climate change, it's just this thing that happens. It's getting hotter. Like that can mean anything, but like when you put it into the context of, I'm sorry, was that 750,000 first-generation nuclear warheads exploding every single day would create the same amount of heat that is trapped? Jesus.
Real first generation would be released by the explosion average about 100 years and it builds up over time. It's trapping as much extra heat now every single day as would be released by the explosion of 750,000 first-generation atomic bombs blowing up on the Earth every single day. Is it realistic to let that continue? Is it realistic to think that if we opt out of taking action to reduce greenhouse gas pollution, we'll be able to just wish it away and continue with business as usual? Well,
yeah, I mean, like, genuinely, if there were 750,000 nuclear bombs hitting every single day, I think we'd want to do something about that. You know, I think that might spur people to action. I don't think a lot of people would just be like, hey, you know what? Let's just keep living how we're living. Let's just keep doing our thing, you know? Gorilla chill.
Mother Nature makes a pretty good case against that argument. Every night on the TV news is like a nature walk through the book of Revelation. Is it realistic, for example, to continue stoking the risk of wildfire in California after what has already happened to so many communities here in Northern California? And just look at the devastation caused by the Los Angeles wildfires in January. Is it realistic to tell homeowners around the world that the global housing market is expected to suffer a $25 trillion loss in the next 25 years, 15% of all the residential housing stock in the world, if we do not change what we're doing? Is that realistic in their view? Is it realistic to continue quietly accepting 8.7 million deaths every single year from breathing in the particulate co-pollution that also comes from burning fossil fuels?
This, by the way, that 8.7 million number, by the way, is padded out by your gas stoves. Just as like a thing to remember, move away from gas stoves at your earliest ability to do so, because those things are dangerous as hell. Turns out breathing in the gases released when burning natural gas inside your home is bad for you, actually.
That is the number of people who are already being killed. And according to health expert, it is, and I quote, the leading contributor to the global disease burden. When you burn coal, oil, and gas, it puts the heat-trapping pollution up there, and it puts the particulate and 2.5 ppm pollution into the lungs of people downwind from where the facilities are burning the fossil fuels. Is it realistic in their view for governments to manage 1 billion climate migrants crossing international borders in the balance of this century? That's how many the Lancet Commission estimates will be crossing borders in the decades to come if we continue driving temperatures and humidity higher and making the physiologically unlivable regions of the world vastly larger by continuing to put 175 million tons of man-made heat-trapping pollution into that thin shell of the troposphere surrounding the planet. You know what that blue line looks like? That thin blue shell it's blue because that's where the oxygen is, and it's so thin if you could drive a car straight up in the air at highway speeds, you'd get to the top of that blue line in 5 to 7 minutes. That's what we're using as an open sewer. Is that realistic? I don't think it is. We've already...
Okay, just, I know it's a little tangent, but let's see. Can we just like... You guys want to see some like cool shit just on the talking point of just what we can do when we get away from gas stoves? Okay, this is not a sponsored segment, by the way. This is just I just really think they're fucking cool. So here, this image is really good. Basically, you can just make your countertop one big induction stove. Look at how cool that is. That person's cooking on their countertop, just directly on there. It's so cool. It looks like witchcraft. It's basically magic. It's basically cooking with magic. They're so cool. Induction stoves work with the electromagnets, and basically they resonate with like metal implements and heat them up. I know it's just induction, but it's cool as shit. And like if something is not in like a metal container and is just like, you know, stoneware or something, it's not going to react with this. It doesn't get hot everywhere on the countertop, just where the metal is touching the countertop. You know? It's so cool. Well, Buffalo Guy, one thing you can do, and one thing I did, find yourself like a really good cast iron at like a thrift store. You can find good cast iron, and like that shit will stay with you for life. You can pass that on to your grandkids. And it will also work on these. But yes, I also understand there are some people who just don't want to like switch their cookware or whatever. I understand. But like if you can, getting away from like gas burning stoves, it's gonna prolong your life probably. Stainless steel is also fantastic. Yeah, I got a few all clad pans. They're top tier. I could see how that could be dangerous though. Yeah, I mean if you leave it on and just like forget that you're cooking this and then just like touch it without like proper precautions, sure, but genuinely it only interacts with this pan. Like the stuff that is spilled on the countertop doesn't get hot. Like as you can see from here, he's just wiping up a spill. Like that's not going to be hot. Yeah, the pan is the only thing that gets hot. Honest question, wait, you don't need specialized cookware, you just need metal? Yeah, it just needs to be metal. Like I think you have to like double check that like your particular metal does work with it, but for the most part, like a cast iron is going to work just fine with this. Anything that's going to like react with magnets, so like aluminum's not going to work. A couple other things aren't going to work, but like anything that would interact with a magnet, it's going to work. What if you leave your phone on the counter by mistake? Well, your phone is probably not going to be able to resonate with the magnets like that. I don't think your phone is going to get cooked by this. Can't leave steel utensils on the counter. Well, you can still leave the steel utensils on the counter, just like not directly on the cooking surface area of the counter, you know, if the cooking surface is on. It doesn't use electricity. It does use electricity. You have to turn it on. Like you still have to turn the burners on. What is the point of this? The point is it doesn't use gas, and therefore you're not just gassing yourself constantly in a poorly ventilated space. And that's the point. I just think this is neat. I think this is as close as I can envision to using magic.
I theorized an induction French top about a decade ago, and they're finally a reality.
An induction French top? I feel like you're making a joke, and it's going over my head. It's going over my head. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, though. One of the big reasons I like gas is it changes fast. When I use electric, it takes 10 minutes to heat up. How long does this take? It doesn't take that much time, is my understanding. I think it's faster than, like, electric top. Yeah, it's faster than traditional gas or electric cooktops. Anyway, enough about this. This is just neat.
Already seen, by the way, how populist authoritarian leaders have used migrants as scapegoats and have fanned the fires of xenophobia to fuel their own rise to power. And power seeking is what this is all about. Our Constitution, written by our founders, is intended to protect us against a threat identical to Donald Trump, someone who seeks power at all costs to get more power.
Hell yeah, Al. Al out here killing it. Yeah, it responds faster. My understanding is like it responds faster than either of those. Buffalo guy.
Imagine what demagogues would do as we continued toward 1 billion migrants crossing international borders. We could face a grave threat to our capacity for self-governance.
Oh.
Is it realistic to continue inflicting the
sake tanuki, French tops or cooking surfaces with different zones, where different zones have different temps? That's cool as shit. I hadn't even thought about something like that, but that's really neat. I like that. Thank you for introducing me to that concept.
The financial toll that the climate crisis is taking on the global economy? According to Deloitte, climate inaction will cost the economy $178 trillion over the next half century. And is it realistic to miss out on the economic opportunity that we could seize by going toward net zero? That over that same period, climate action would increase the size of the global economy by $43 trillion. A question with particular relevance in nearby Silicon Valley: is it realistic for the semiconductor industry to experience losses of up to 35% of annual revenues due to supply chain disruptions caused by the stronger and more severe cyclonic storms and supercell storms? Is it realistic to continue with a system of financing that leaves the entire continent of Africa completely out? Right now, the entire continent of Africa, fastest growing population in the world.
Damn, wait, Sake Tanuki, you worked in a Michelin restaurant? A man of many talents and facets.
Has fewer solar panels installed than the single state of Florida in the United States of America. That's a disgrace to the makeup of our financial system. But Africa has 3 times as many oil and gas pipelines under construction and preparing for construction to begin than all of North America. It is ridiculous to allow this system to continue as it is. How is that realistic or fair or just? Is it realistic for us, all of us here, to consign our children and grandchildren to what scientists warn us would be hell on earth in order to conserve the profits of the fossil fuel industry? The predictions of the scientists 50 years ago have turned out to be spot on correct. Their predictions just a few decades ago have turned out to be exactly right. Should not that cause us to listen more carefully to what they're warning us will happen if we do not sharply and quickly reduce the emissions from burning fossil fuels? Is that unrealistic to listen to a proven source of advice? This newfound so-called climate realism is nothing more than climate denial in disguise. It is an attempt to pretend there's no problem and to ignore the reality that is right in front of our faces. What's never present in this so-called realism is any credible challenge whatsoever to the conclusions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC. They never address that. They just wish it away and say, oh, it's unrealistic to actually do anything about it. I wish we could wish it away, but we cannot. The hard reality is that the fossil fuel industry has grown desperate for more capital. They're seeing their 2 largest markets wither away. Electricity generation, number 1, transportation, number 2. They've been losing their share of investment in the energy market to renewables, and so they're panicked. That explains why they are so aggressively using their captive policymakers to block meaningful solutions. Of course, as you know, they're way better at capturing politicians than they are at capturing emissions. They've grown very skillful at that. They are the wealthiest and most powerful industry lobby in the history of the world. They make the East India Company look like a popcorn vendor. They are the effective global hegemon. They have used their war chests and their legacy network of political and economic power to block any reductions of fossil fuel burning emissions, whether at the international conferences that we call the COPs, Conference of the Parties, in the UN process, or at the global negotiation for a plastic treaty. They blocked anything there too. Why? They're losing the first market of electricity generation because 93% of all the new electricity generation installed worldwide last year was solar and wind. They're losing that market steadily.
Good.
EVs are rising dramatically. They say they've slowed down. Well, we just got the new figures, an 18% increase year on year here in the United States. In many countries, much faster than that. And so their third market, they're telling Wall Street that they're going to make up all of the expected lost revenue in their first two markets by tripling the production of plastics over the next 35 years. Well, we might have a word to say about that. Is that realistic? Because we've already found, the scientists say, that some seabirds are manifesting symptoms like Alzheimer's disease from the plastic particles in their brains, and they found that it crosses the blood-brain barrier in humans, and the size, the amount has doubled just in the last decade.
Yeah, this is a problem I think we need to start taking more seriously. The proliferation of microplastics. Like, it's getting bigger, and we should probably be more worried about that than we are. Like, that probably is going to be like the lead poisoning of my generation, you know? Like, at some point we're going to get it out of our systems and be like, whoa, we're so much smarter when we don't have a fucking Transformers action figure worth of plastic in our brains.
Do we really want to continue that? It's crazy. But they are blocking action at both of these international forums, and they're blocking action in the deliberations of nation states, even in states and provinces, and even at the local level. Anywhere in the world where there is an effort to pass legislation or regulations that reduces the burning of fossil fuels, they are there with their money, with their lobbyists, with their captive politicians, blocking it as best they can. And the solution is what you're doing here in Climate Week here in San Francisco. We have got to rise up and change this situation. That's also why they are ballyhooing ridiculously expensive and hilariously impractical technologies like building giant mechanical vacuuming machines to suck it back out of the atmosphere after they put it up there. Could that someday be a realistic part of the solution? Perhaps, but not now, not even close. But they use it as a bright, shiny object to distract attention and say, see this? This could be so miraculous, we don't have to stop burning fossil fuels at all. We can actually continue to increase the burning of fossil fuels because look at this bright, shiny object. We've got this vacuuming machine. Well, CO2 is 0.035% of the molecules in the air. You're going to use an energy-intensive, ridiculous, expensive process to filter through the other 99.965% of the molecules. It's absolutely preposterous. In reality, the sustainability revolution is powering more and more of our global economy. It has the scale and impact of the Industrial Revolution, and it's moving at the pace of...
I do really like that response in particular. Like, as much as I would love for like machines to just like actually efficiently capture carbon and like make it into more useful stuff, I don't think that's going to be the path forward out of this. You know, like, for exactly the reason he put forward there. Like, you're going to do the work to filter 99.7% of like the global atmosphere to get out 0.035% of it. Like, no, you're not going to do that.
The digital revolution. By the way, in Texas, which used to have a free market for energy, over 90% of all their new electricity generation last year was solar and wind. And you know, they've got captured politicians there. They're pushing legislation in Texas to legally require any...
Yeah, trees do that for free. However, one thing that I recently learned, you know, all those like tree planting initiatives that were really hyped up, you know, like, oh, we're going to plant so many trees. Well, or like logging companies are like, yeah, we're gonna plant trees and it's gonna take the carbon out of the atmosphere. A lot of those trees planted by those initiatives just died. And also, in order for a tree to be a net carbon sink, it has to live for longer than 80 years. And like the trees that get planted by logging companies and then get logged on a timeline much lower than 80 years. So yeah. It's kind of one of those situations where in order to actually have a real carbon sink, you need to have like a forest and not the trees. You know, literally it's kind of like a we've been obsessing on the trees when we really needed to look at the forest, you know? No Justice, welcome Raiders. We're going over some Al Gore speaking at Climate Week. And it's good stuff. It's been a while since we talked about climate change on this show. Welcome No Justice Raiders. Hey Mad Mart.
Need developers of solar and wind to...
I clicked the wrong button. That's on me.
Spend time and money developing more oil and gas before they're given permission to develop renewables. That's not realism. That's pathetic. That is a sign of desperation. They don't trust the free market. They're just relying more and more on the politicians who will...
Well, to be fair, I also don't trust the free market. I don't think that the free market is really that in favor of climate change, anti-climate change solutions. But, you know, like, it's possible to squint and see a world where maybe that'd be the case, I guess. But something tells me neoliberalism is not going to solve us out of this crisis.
Jump when they tell them jump, and ask how high when they tell them to jump again. So around the world, the market is transforming. Since the Paris Agreement, the cost of solar has dropped 76%. The cost of wind is down 66%. Utility scale batteries are down 87%. In 2004, when Generation was founded, it took a full year for the world to install 1 gigawatt of solar power. Now it takes 1 hour to install 1 gigawatt of solar power.
That's pretty cool.
And it's not just renewables. We're seeing the sustainability revolution rapidly take hold across the rest of the global economy, from transportation to regenerative agriculture to circular manufacturing and so much more. So, as we gather here to kick off Climate Week, and as we gather on the eve of Earth Day, we have to treat this moment as a call to action. So I'm here not only to respond to the invitation, for which I'm grateful, Morgan and others, and Evan. I'm here to recruit you. Many of you are already working on this, but those of you who are not, I'm here to recruit you. We need you. This is the time, this is a break glass moment. This is an all hands on deck moment. And now is the time to look at every aspect of your businesses, your investments, and your civic engagement to determine whether or not you can contribute even more to solving the climate crisis. It's easy to adopt our own versions of climate realism, to say that the challenge is too great. Some people worry about that. To say that our individual role is too small to have an impact. Some use that as an excuse, that if the government won't act, what can any of us do about it? Well, just as the climate crisis does not recognize borders between
Major missed opportunity to call this Gore Fest.
And yes, it would be, you know what? Yes. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Sake Tanuki. God. That was good.
Countries, it does not either recognize delineations between the duty of government and businesses and all significant participants in the global economy. Climate change is already impacting your life and work and will more so through disrupted supply chains, increased liability, changes in consumer demand, and more. This is a moment when we all have to mobilize to defend our country. And remember, the antidote to climate despair is climate action. It was in this city in the 1960s that Joan Baez first said that the antidote to despair is action. And we need to remember that now. And during a time of when people were tempted to despair in the struggle for civil rights in this country, Martin Luther King said something about overcoming the forces that try to discourage you and halt progress. He said this: if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving. And that's where we are. And every one of the morally based movements in the past had periods when advocates felt despair. But when the central choice was revealed as a choice between right and wrong, then the outcome at a very deep level became foreordained. Because of the way Pope Francis reminded us we have been created as God's children. We love our families. We are devoted to our communities. We have to protect our future. And if you doubt for one moment ever that we as human beings have the capacity to muster sufficient political will to solve this crisis, just remember that political will is itself a renewable resource. Thank you very much.
Dude still has some of the juice. You know? He's got some gumption there. You know, political will itself is a renewable resource. Let's go. You know? And he's right. You know, like, one of the things we have to do, right, as we move forward against this administration, as we continue to build a movement in solidarity with one another against this fascistic, administration under Donald Trump, we have to keep in mind what we want to build after we win. We have to be able to, like, hold on to this idea of what we want. And I know what I want. I want a world with Medicare for all. I want a world that is dedicated to stopping climate change. Not just slowing it down, but stopping it dead in its tracks. We put a man on the goddamn moon. We put multiple men on the goddamn moon. We can do this. We can rise to the occasion. Okay? And I want housing for all. I want a war on homelessness. I want to end homelessness in this country. We can do it. We can do it. We are capable of so much better than what we do right now. And I think that we can actually build that future, but we have to all imagine it together. You know, we have to envision that better future, envision those better policies, and actually pursue them. You know, like this needs to be, it's not just enough to fight against something. You have to fight for something. You have to have a vision of what will happen when you win. It's really, really important. And that's one of the key things that Bernie Sanders gets so right. And I think that is one of the things that the Democratic Party writ large gets so wrong. Okay? So wrong. And so, with that, folks, we're end of segment. We did it. Al Gore still got some gumption, still got some juice. And you know what? I think that was a worthwhile use of our time. So thank you all for joining me for that. And with that, we move on. Is Jack a believer? They didn't fake the moon landing. Come on. It's literally one of the most heroic acts human beings have ever undertaken. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Citizens United would not have happened if Al Gore was president. Probably not. 2, 3, 4, 5. Whew. Just teasing? Okay. Whew. I also lifted weights earlier today. Whew. Al Gore is kind of good. I don't like his, adherence to, neoliberal policy, but generally speaking, he's pretty all right in a lot of other ways. Folks. I have a treat for you. Oh, folks, do I have a treat for you today? Do I have just a little cherry on top of the sundae for all of you? Are you guys ready to have just like a little bit of fun? Like a tiny bit of fun? Just to kind of break upstream a bit? You guys ready? 2 treats in a row? Your treat dish runneth over, chat. Folks, I regret to inform all of you that one Patrick Bet David has announced a new show on the Valuetainment Network. And he announced it by tweeting this out. Valuetainment's new show, Her Take, The View is about to be dominated. Okay? And, wait, is this not the actual Patrick Bet David account? It's a parody account. Okay, whatever. But this show is real, unfortunately.
Welcome to Her Take, where real conversation happens.
Can we just take a step back and ask a broader question? I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party.
That's right. We've got Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. We've got Lindy Lee, campaign advisor and failed political candidate.
Let's talk about the mistake, though.
We've got Jillian Michaels. Sorry.
I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party.
Let's talk about.
We've got Jillian Michaels, a mean lady who yelled at people to get eating disorders.
Mistake, though. Lindy, let's talk about the mistake for a second, okay? He had a legitimate asylum claim.
Intersex, pansexual, two-spirit. What the heck is a two-spirit?
Give it to me in English and then dumb it down to 6th grade level.
Wake up in the morning.
Man, I love watching a show where one of the hosts just says, I have the intelligence of a 6th grader. You know, that's a show I want to watch.
And I have no spirit, so I'm are they really marginalized?
Can I borrow?
Like,
jeez.
I will be the first one to say that birth control destroyed my life.
The goal is to create lifelong.
And now we have Amy Dangerfield. It's a star-studded lineup, everybody.
Medical patients, because that is passive residual income for them every week, every month till the end of that person's life.
You've got real conversations that happen here. Different voices collide, clash, and sometimes even connect. There are no scripts, no echo chambers, and just smart and spirited debates. Ladies.
Wow. This show looks like it's got some legs. It's going places. They're killing it. I love I can't pretend. This is awful.
So you ready to jump in?
Let's
Ready?
do this.
Finally, a valuetainment show for her, the lady in your life. Are you a guy who just sits around all day watching Patrick Bet-David valuetainment content? Are you thoroughly valuetained, but you wish your lady could be valuetained? Well, now she can. A valuetainment show for women. That's right. That's valuetained. Value and entertainment in one word. A real value for a word. Excellent stuff. Well done. What we all needed and wanted. Hosted by Jillian Michaels, Anna Kasparian, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy Lee, Her Take delivers honest, unfiltered conversations that unpack the most important stories shaping our world today with a more contemporary and balanced perspective than legacy daytime panels. The show offers sharp insight, real-life experience, and candid commentary without condescension, shouting matches, or ideological bubbles. Incredible stuff. Oh boy. All right. So far, they have one of their upcoming shows already. Gay makeup artist deported, borders, books, and backlash. Her Take, episode 1, premiering tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. So that's cool, I guess. And now you might be wondering, who are these people? Who? Well, obviously, you guys are familiar with Anna Kasparian, co-host of The Young Turks, who is, I guess, really committing to this conservative bit she's doing. And we've got Jillian Michaels, who's kind of a vaccine skeptic, like health-ish person who's a big RFK Jr. fan and is basically just kind of crazy and politically incoherent, I think would be like my best description of her. But then who's Lindy Lee? And the answer to that is I think she's insane. I think she's insane. This is an article from earlier this year, but basically it details how Lindy Lee went from being kind of like a no-name person in like the White House orbit, who then wound up raising like $300 million for the Biden campaign. Oh God, hiccup. And then like she then turned on the Biden campaign. It's very weird. She's basically just famous for saying crazy shit. I don't think she's really famous for anything else. And who's the last one, you might ask? Who's this? Who is this Amy Dangerfield? And I looked her up.
And
it turns out she is a let me make sure I get her title right. She is the Australian-born social and political commentator now based in the United States that's in charge of media distribution at Valuetainment. And well, here she is co-hosting the John Anderson Media Show.
Trump said once, kind of like as a joke, they were like, "You're gonna be a dictator," and he said only on day one. And then the liberal media ran with that story and said, "There's never gonna be an election again." And it's the same thing with the abortion. They're very hyperbolic. Yeah.
Wait, it's the same thing with abortion. We lost abortion rights, you bitch.
Yeah, and now look at his and now look at his cabinet and look at who he's nominating. Yeah, this is a dictator. Right. So when you have to run on fear, remember, fear and hyperbole is how you say not Trump. I'm not Trump. And fear, when you don't have a position, you only have fear and demagoguery. That's all you have.
Yeah.
You know, you just have fear and
And by the way, this guy on the right is I think his name, Tom Ellsworth. He's one of the guys that's always on the Patrick Bet David podcast, and he's considered like the smart policy wonk on the show. And he's really fucking stupid.
deception, trying to scare people into voting, right? Look, there's two ways to make a husband lose weight, right?
What?
Compliment him, tell him he's attractive, tell him how inspiring it is when you see him taking care of himself. That works. What also works.
What?
Is when the doctor says you had a mild angina, it was a close call, and if you don't lose this weight, you'll probably be gone within 2 years' time because your heart can't take it. That's logic and reasoning that leads to fear. And so a good man says, all right, time to stop smoking, time to lose some weight, time to get on with it. So fear does work to motivate people. Logic and reason and the complementary does work to motivate people. False fear motivates some people, but they wake up quick and they lose trust. And so suddenly it's like the little child story of the boy who calls wolf.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened with Donald Trump. That's definitely why his poll numbers have all tanked over the last 100 days. Yep, you're nailing it here, Tom.
Right? Suddenly you can't use it. And I think by the end of the election cycle, they were attempting to use terrible words that have a horrible history, like Nazi.
Oh, yeah.
Which personally was offensive to me because
he's trying to say that people called Trump a Nazi too many times, and now it's not the fear isn't working anymore because he's obviously proven that he's not a Nazi.
Because I said, you're using Nazi in a casual way when school children should be reading about it in history
and not getting shot in mass shootings. Yeah.
And regard that word with horror. And you're using it so casually that it's losing its historical meaning. And those, I think, are dark things that happen when you're just trying to scare people.
You know, it's so the pearl clutching about the historical meaning of the word is really it's really cute. When, like, if you know anything about the actual history, if you talk to actual Holocaust historians, they will also compare Donald Trump to Hitler. So I just I don't know about that one, bud.
People with false fear.
Anyway, that was like the #1 clip that came up when I Googled Amy Dangerfield. And you can tell how much she contributed to that. So good job, Amy. I'm sure you're about to bring so much joy to the cast of Her Talk. What is sure to be eclipsing The View in no time at all. Anna Kasparian, what are you doing? Like, genuinely. Genuinely, what are you doing going on this? What are you doing joining the Patrick Bet David network for a valuetainment? Patrick Bet David is a monster. But I guess maybe he's a monster towards trans people in particular, and that's fine these days, I guess. Whatever. The grift goes on, and I, for one, can't wait to review Her Take when it drops tomorrow. So with that being said, segment done. Little preview segment sprinkled in. Ho ho ho. Yeah. Sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm a trans activist, right? Her talk. Why is it not called them talk? That's right. That's right, Sweaty. It should be called them talk. It needs to incorporate more gender identities. You're being really transphobic with the name. Talk is too authoritative for leftist spaces these days. It needs to be them chat. Exactly. Exactly. Yes, queen. Thanks, Spitfire. I love how I wear this top too. Transphobia precedes a slew of progressively shittier opinions. It's true, Brutus Magnuson. You know, some enterprising trans person, not me, needs to make a podcast called the Discourse. That's my contribution to podcasting. What's with the idea birth rates need to... Yeah, it's a good name, right? It's a good name, right? Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Thank you for helping to invent the internet and for being just a great mod. Be the leftists the far right thinks you are. Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay. I might have to start the Discourse. Do it. Whoa, Ashley worked with Al Gore to invent the internet? No, silly. Ashley worked with DARPANet. Or whatever. What was the precursor to the internet? Was that DARPANet? Did I make that up? The fucking whatever. You guys know what I mean. The government project. ARPANET, thank you, not DARPANET. Yeah, she came on and did an interview about it. It was really good, and you can look it up. It's on my channel, and it's good shit.
When will we have big gay fried chicken? Chicken so good you'll forget you're homophobic. Open on Sundays. Absolutely would crush Phil A.
I want big gay fried chicken. I think everyone does. I'm a certified network specialist and cybersecurity specialist. Hell yeah, Van Briggs. Let's go. DARPA, like Metal Gear? Yes, kind of like Metal Gear. And folks, we have now been going for over 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because folks, you guys make this stream possible. I could not do it without you folks, and thank you so much for being here and giving me your lovely eyeballs, and I do hope you'll consider giving me some subs and donos as well. Here we go. Remember to hit the buttons, folks, because I'm looking at the numbers right now. I've crunched some of them, and I can't help but notice we have 330 people here, only 177 likes. I think we can hit 200 likes. I think we can do it if enough of you hit the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. ending the stream yet, Fox Girl Zoe. We got so much to talk about.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button.
It's so goddamn good. It's so good. All right. All right. So, folks. We need to talk about birth rates. Because for some reason, that seems to be the discourse of the week. And I did my due diligence and I dug into the topic. And, you know, like, it's an interesting topic to be sure, but I don't think it's anywhere near as apocalyptic as people make it out to be. And I think that a lot of people are hyperbolizing the situation. I think a lot of people are getting real fucking weird about it. And the other part that we should really take a look at here is the fact that one of the things that we need to do on the left is we need to have an answer for like some of these issues sometimes, because otherwise what winds up happening is you get those weird like pro-natalist freaks who are like hyper conservative millionaire types who just have all the time in the world and dress like they're Amish. You guys know the ones I'm talking about. We did like a deep dive on one of their videos not that long ago. And so like it's really I just wanted to look into it, right? So that like maybe we can have a better response to these wackos. And these people, well, yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the people upset about birth rates are really just couching their white supremacy. Like they want to have white babies, but also they want to have white rich babies. They want to do eugenics. Like the people who are really into birth rates on, you know, the conservative side of the spectrum at the very least are very, very obsessed with like continuing their bloodline in particular because they think their seed is the best seed. You know, you see this in like Jeffrey Epstein, you see this in like Elon Musk, you see this in like a lot of these Silicon Valley types as well. And it's white nationalism, eugenics, etc. But like underneath that, there is like this interesting trend, right? Like this trend that we see taking place in a lot of Western and developed societies of like birth rates declining. And that's an interesting topic, right? Like that's an interesting topic that like a lot of people have dug into, and like they're competing, you know, readings of that data, like why is this happening, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I also dug into the data because I was interested about like, why is that the case? Right? Like, and do these weird people think they're some kind of medieval noble? Well, yeah, they want to be little kings. That is their entire like ethos, right? And honestly, as I looked at a lot of the trends and the data and the interpretations of the data from academic folks, really the conclusion that I came to is that there are like a few competing reasons for a decline in birth rates in Western countries. And I'm just going to throw this out there as like my interpretation, you know, take it with however many grains of salt you'd like. But essentially you have capitalism, right? So capitalism is making things expensive. It is also causing every single family to need to like kind of optimize its output in order to succeed, because the better you are, the more money you make in capitalism, like the more security you have. And basically people want to be pretty secure if they're going to have children, generally speaking, if they have the option, right? And so you have folks making decisions not to have kids until later because they aren't financially secure enough. They don't feel like they can give their kid the kind of life that they would like to give them. And like this becomes a problem that isn't really a problem, largely because people in that category tend to have their babies just later in life. There was like an explosion of people having children, post 30 years old, right? And so like that's emblematic of this idea that like children, as opposed to in the past, as opposed to like pre-industrial society, children have gone from being like an asset that can create wealth for you essentially to a drain on your finances. It's stupidly expensive to have a kid in Western countries. And when you do choose to have a kid, like that expense is then not, shouldered by the community or society at large. You're expected as a parent to pay for childcare. You're expected to pay for, most, if not all of the meals, all like the healthcare, like all of these different things, like they add up and they're really expensive. And there's like an old-timey saying, it takes a village to raise a child, because in the old days, like the village would communally raise children, right? And so we no longer have that social safety net, because that social safety net has been commodified. It's been privatized, right? And so capitalism has both flipped like the financial incentive of having children and cannibalized the social systems that would have made it easier to have children, right? And it's not just Western countries. Sorry, I meant developed countries. That's my bad. And so there's like this really interesting dynamic that is happening where capitalism is basically, the profit motive is not there to have children. And again, the more money you have, the more security you have, etc. But also what's interesting is then if you look at higher income families in a lot of developed countries, they also aren't having a lot of kids. And there's a couple of reasons for this. One, because like even in higher income families, women are waiting longer to have children. And also, I don't know what K selection ideas means, but we'll get back to this. I'm trying to get this all out. And even in these wealthier families, you have women waiting longer. And so there are fewer years in which to have children. And that means there are more people who are like, 1 or 2 is enough, And you also have a shifting social dynamic, right? And that shifting social dynamic is also driven by capitalism. And it is the introduction of industrialization and women into the workforce, right? Both driven by capital, right? And so you have this kind of atomization of the family structure as well, right? Like, for example, it used to be common that like grandparents or parents would live in the same house as their children. And now, like, well, the elderly have their house, your grandparents have their house, your parents have their house, you have yours or your apartment or whatever. And so there's kind of like that physical atomization, but also financially your grandparents might still need to work to make ends meet. Your parents might still need to work to make ends meet. And like that means like even in your relatively nuclear, small atomized family, you don't have not just like the broader social support of the community, but even within your family structure, you don't have as much support because of the demands placed upon it by capital. And then you have rapid industrialization, and you have women entering the workforce, right? And so we'll get back to rapid industrialization, because this is a pattern that I like from the data seems to play out a lot. But women entering the workforce, like huge boom in productivity, but then there's no one to like consistently take care of like the child or children at home. And that means you have to pay for childcare, which is insanely expensive. And then like this just balloons the cost for having children, right? And again, that is an element of kind of the privatization of and commodification of parenthood as a stage. And when we look at rapid industrialization, and this is one of the interpretations of data from like South Korea that I found really interesting, rapid industrialization moves faster than we as a social species adapt. And so what that winds up doing is that you create like an entirely new social fabric when embracing industrialization. And our actual social standards lag behind that new material reality in a way that makes it difficult, at least in this modern era, to find people you like, we'll say. So this is something that I got out of looking into the data around South Korea, because South Korea's birth rate is really, really low. And that's for a lot of different factors that are too complicated to get into. But when I look at that, like it really seemed to boil down to this rapid period of industrialization that was really, really successful for South Korea economically, but had sweeping ramifications for the social fabric. And what I mean by that is a lot of men still maintained traditional views of masculinity and expectations for women, while women had a lot more agency due to their new need in the workforce and in like education. And so that created like this gap in expectations, because what seems to be relatively universal is that women who are educated generally want to, they want to partner with with men or women, I suppose. But when we're talking about birth rates, I guess, like for the sake of simplicity, let's just say men. They generally want to partner with men who are as educated or more educated than they are. It's not to do with like, oh, aesthetically, they're just not my type. It has far more to do with their level of education. And what has ended up happening is that like there's this gap where a lot, a not insignificant amount of women, more women than men, get higher education. And a lot of men, for various reasons, fall out of their educational track. And then we get to kind of like one of the third, like one of the big tent poles here, which is patriarchy. The way patriarchy and capital interact in industrialization as a process seems to create men radicalized to these very traditional roles, and then they become reactionary when those traditional roles do not actually, get them the kind of life that they expect or get them the kind of partner that they expect. And so that gives rise to kind of like this backlash against women having autonomy and agency. And it is, I think you can see this in like the United States with like you know, all the Andrew Tate shit, all of the reactionary manosphere red pill garbage, you know. And so this has these are elements of like something that undergirds a lot of other things that are happening with like men in particular. But basically it creates like this group of men who have radicalized themselves into being people that women generally don't want to partner with. They don't want to hang out with because they're just nasty. And I think you also see this in South Korea. Like there's like the 4-H movement of like women who like swear off men. And so like it becomes like this, you know, women will respond to this kind of hostility towards them and their ability to have agency. We even saw this the other day when we covered that Megyn Kelly Anna Kasparian bit where Megyn Kelly railed against a liberal woman who like didn't want to like be in a relationship with a conservative man, but then later on in the show went on a tangent about how like what's with men these days. Sorry, the 4B movement, my bad. Went on a tangent about what's with men these days. They're saying they don't want women like to work. Like that's crazy. Why would you not want like smart, educated women, you know, contributing to the economy and stuff like that? And like it's specifically because of the manosphere garbage, you know, like these are all related. The patriarchal expectations and reinforcement of that then get further commodified by capitalism itself. Like it then creates this perverse incentive to like become even more grotesque towards women, you know? So like a lot of this then just creates like a significant number of men who just either like outwardly hate women while inwardly desiring them, or you know are intent on hiding like their true selves and then reveal that in a relationship, and women are just like, oh, I genuinely want no part of that. And so like I think it's a really interesting conversation because it does have wide sweeping ramifications for, you know, what society might be like in 60 years, you know, like, oh man, our men and women are just never gonna like get together anymore in 60 years. And like, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that this will eventually fix itself because ultimately men and women want to be together. Like just people are attracted to each other. It's going to happen. But I think one of the things we have to keep in mind is like we have to like take into account that a lot of this is driven by social change, and that social change and the backlash to it are driven by material realities that are in turn driven by capitalism. And we need to address some of those material realities, right? So in a lot of the countries that have slowed down or had diminished like declines in birth rate, that's because they have like these financial programs that provide, you know, things that like the community used to provide. You know, you got your paid parental leave, you've got your child care, you've got your education, you've got your health bills covered. Like all that stuff helps a lot. But it still doesn't stop the decline entirely. And so like I think a lot of what it is rapid industrialization and patriarchy and capitalism interacting to create like these frankly people who do not want to have sex with each other because they find one another odious, you know? Is it higher education because they want their partner to be more intelligent and have similar educated perspectives of the world, or higher education because people with higher education tend to make more money? I'm guessing it's a combination of both. Depending on the person, obviously, like it can be one or the other or a combination, and I'm just going to say it's more likely to be a combination. But yeah. It's time to wage a war against sexism. Well, unironically, yeah. Like that's kind of like the thing that is keeping people from, having sex with each other is one, just the material demands placed on you by capitalism give you almost no free time, and also like you don't have the financial security to feel like you can be able to have children, and you feel like if you do have a child, it's going to be that's like $300,000 down the drain, and you're working 2 minimum wage jobs. You don't got $300,000 to throw down the drain, and I think ultimately a lot of what this is a patriarchal backlash against the increased agency women received as a result of capitalistic demands on our society. And so like you can point to women have been heavily socialized to seek partners of higher social status, but that's also patriarchy. Patriarchy is something that affects men and women. It's not like when I say patriarchy and capitalism have combined, I'm not saying it's just a man issue. I'm just saying like the most negative and I think the most impactful element of what got affected by patriarchy and capitalism is this disaffection hitting men and radicalizing them in a very particular way. Does that make sense, folks? And I think that ultimately these issues will be solved, but like it takes actual effort to combat this. Otherwise, capitalism is just going to keep radicalizing these people into, people who are, for all intents and purposes, they've given up on themselves or improving themselves and have just sunk into a hateful, spiteful mediocrity. So the main thing is industrialization happened relatively recently in terms of like how human behavior changes, and patriarchal pre-industrial attitudes have been around and ingrained in our culture for 2,000-3,000 years, 4,000 years. It's going to take a bit to unlearn some of that, and I don't think this is an unexpected outcome, especially coming off of like a gigantic baby boom. But I do think we are capable of adapting far faster than thousands of years. I don't think this is going to be a problem that persists, 200-300 years from now until like all of human civilization collapses because no one wants to fuck anymore. Like, I don't think that's at all what is going to happen here. But I think it is good to be aware of how this can all come together into a persistent social problem.
Capitalism. Sorry, best I can do is a iRobo Bang made monthly subscription service. Please return to your nearest charging receptacle before expiration.
And Moth, thank you for the $5 super chat, because that also is one of the things that I think we need to combat. In the similar way I went off earlier in this stream about Mark Zuckerberg billing AI chatbots as your new friends. I think we need to take an axe to a lot of these services and like that seek to commodify romantic attachment and like, familiar attachment. I think stuff like that should be illegal, frankly. Because I think stuff like that is going to set us back even farther. Just the services. I have no problem if you're talking to a real person who wants to do that for you. But like, I think that ultimately a chatbot doing it is going to like kill all our society. I don't think that's something that is at all healthy for anyone who participates in it. At the very least, when you're talking with a sex worker, you're talking to an actual human being who has actual thoughts and actual feelings, as opposed to a chatbot, which is siphoning all of your data to a megacorp that is, going to increase the price $1 every month until you become so attached to this thing that you will kill yourself if you can no longer afford it. You know? So, yeah. When we're talking about birth rates, I think the far more interesting problem is the problem in our social fabric resulting from our rapid industrialization, and the further exacerbated by like the digitization of our society. So like, I think a lot of things are difficult with this, but I don't think the actual like birth rate problem is as big a problem as people make it out to be. Does that make sense? I don't think we need to resort to like crazy measures or like draconian dictatorships in order to like, we don't need to do a Handmaid's Tale here, okay? I think all we really need to do is have social programs that combat sexism, that make people aware of this and like socialize men and women as friends, as opposed to like fundamentally different and unknowable creatures. We need to get rid of like the men are from Mars, women are from Venus idea. Throw that in the trash and just like really reinforce with our kids and future generations that like, you can be friends, because they're people. Like you like that sounds basic as fuck, right? But like, I think there are genuinely a lot of men and boys who cannot imagine friendship without like sexual undertones with a woman. This was something I saw all the time in my conservative like religious circles that I ran in. There were so many men in my college who did not believe men and women could be friends on equal footing. And so I just think that when we're talking about this kind of stuff, I think we need to kill the friend zone. I think like fundamentally we need to kill the idea of the friend zone. The idea that you get to know someone and you feel despair or get like you think it's bad that you became friends with someone you were interested in. We need to kill that idea. Because I think fundamentally, like this idea that like, oh man, she just wanted to be friends with me. Like that is such a common experience with young men in particular, but also older men. But like, you should be honored that someone wants to be friends with you. That's great. And I think that should be, we need to have a concerted effort to reframe that. Because fundamentally, what we need to heal society is to make commonplace the idea that men and women can be friends and can like honor and cherish each other without wanting to fuck, without like needing to like have a sexual, like reason for being friends. My partner tells me all kinds of stories about like, men she thought she was friends with who wound up not being her friends, wound up only being interested in her because they wanted to have sex with her. And like, that's not healthy. It's not good for like the woman involved. It's not good for the men involved either to have that mentality. And the entire premise of like this reactionary manosphere red pill world is that you should lie to women because they could never actually like you. Right? And that's just a lie. That's just a lie. It's a lie that they say because it plays into the fears of their audience and it profits them. And so, like, we need to make common the idea that friendship is not a consolation prize. It is a rare and beautiful thing that is being offered to you. And I think that genuinely, that would solve a lot of problems, at least here in America. I can't speak to the social fabric of other countries, but like here in America, I think that would solve so many problems. Because you know what? Universally, men who can be friends with women and women who can be friends with men tend to be the best eggs. You know? I mean, yeah, if you're a right-wing macho asshole, it's true. Nobody likes that. Except for other macho assholes. But like genuinely, like, I think promoting friendship, promoting, you know, an ability to honestly interact with each other, that's good. That's healthy. So anyway, yada, 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 heal society with the power of friendship. I think you guys understand what I'm getting at here. But like genuinely and unironically, I do believe that. Some of us don't have friends entirely, and having had them now being utterly alone, yeah, friendships are important. Absolutely, they're important. You know? Like, I'm autistic, and like it's really hard to maintain friendships. It's really, really hard. You know? And the ones that you do have are really, really important. We have no third spaces that don't cost like $70 to go out to anymore also. Yeah, because capitalism is also part of the problem, you know? My friend group is made up of a lot of gals and men together, but how do we make others do that? Well, genuinely, you can't make others do that other than like when you encounter other people, like normalizing that idea. Because I know it comes up like all the time in different conversations and in different ways, but like normalizing that idea is a place to start. So anyway, that is my entire talk on birth rates. And I think, you know, if governments want to combat this, I think again, it boils down to you put money into social safety nets in order to reconstruct what we used to have, and then we need like, I don't know, more money into like community centers so that people can like congregate and do stuff together, because that's an important part of being able to like be friends and meet people and maybe go on dates. And number 3, we need to normalize and maybe have programs specifically designed and created for facilitating friendship between men and women that is not predicated on trying to get into each other's pants. Also, maternity care, put money into health and maternity care. Well, that's part of the social safety net. Yes. I'm sorry, but also the sexual assault statistics for men and women is something I think should be talked about here too. It affects how you feel about relationships. Absolutely. Absolutely. And a lot of sexual assault is born out of those patriarchal ideas, which is why, like, again, we need programs to address that social fabric directly, you know. And I do mean like an act, not like a flaccid kind of like wishy-washy program that's like, oh, here's a
Riverboat
pamphlet.
Jack's step 4. Subjugate all the women.
Jesus, no. Thank you for the $5 dono though. But like genuinely what needs to happen is like, you know, courses on this in high school. You need like you need like I don't know, like publicly funded arts that reinforce this. You know, you need like a broad base approach to this that like saturates us in an environment where that is the case. You know, you need something to counteract the you know, and honestly it might even be like a program to like in a lot of cases demonetize the incentive structure for extremist like manosphere content, stuff like that. You know, we need you know, and like a lot of this stuff starts younger too, and I think like current generations are doing better on this than when I was a kid, but like, you know, one of the things that has always like stuck in my mind is like my nephews watching a movie with me when they were like 6 years old and arguing that the protagonist of the movie couldn't possibly be a girl because girls don't do cool action things, you know? Like these ideas start young and like get really embedded and ingrained into the ideas of young men. And I think that like part of this just needs to be a shift in how we approach a lot of different aspects of society. It needs to be an intentional deconstruction of patriarchy. And that's going to take a while because patriarchy is old as shit. But again, we can do hard things. So that is all my thoughts on that right now. So let's move on. Do we have any have any questions? Oh yeah, Knifeiest Duck. Revenge of the Nerds is fucking grotesque. Yeah. When I was a little boy, I would always get recommended Gamergate shit. Yeah, it's scary as hell. The radicalization pipeline is open wide. We could put it in media, but you saw what happens. Yeah, that's because like it needs to be a broader approach than just like, oh, there's a woman in the movie, you know, or there's a woman main character. The broader brush needs to be like on a wider social level, not just like Hollywood execs putting it into a movie. Hypersexualization has an effect too. Absolutely. Again, patriarchy. It needs to be a concerted effort to deconstruct it. What's Revenge of the Nerds? It's a comedy from the 80s in which one of the comedic bits is a rape.
So what you're saying is teenage men need to be introduced to Bosch for fashion and male dating advice. Right. BWA.
Oh boy, thank you for the $5 dono though, Gamer G. Yeah, Revenge of the Nerds has aged incredibly poorly. I want to hide my autism so I can have access to the privilege normal people have. I mean, that's fine. I recently rewatched Monster Squad, and there's a whole set piece about an unsolicited picture of a female who's also a minor, and it's weird. Oh, Jesus. What? I do not remember that being in the movie. Also, Wolfman got nards. That's fine. I'm not upset about that. I don't think. I don't remember. I maybe I need to rewatch that movie. You mean the Bechdel test is not enough? No, it's not. Wait, what Revenge of the Nerds does rape jokes? Like the first one? Also, it's not rape jokes, it's a straight up sexual assault. All right, we've been going for about 4 hours, folks. If you've been enjoying the show or getting anything out of this, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. And I really appreciate being able to do this as a job. Didn't Animal House do that as well? I don't remember Animal House very well. I don't think so. I think that was Revenge of the Nerds. How old is this movie? 45 years old. Imagine watching a 40-year-old movie and not expecting it to be offensive. There are plenty of 40-year-old movies that aren't offensive. Is it just me, or is Indiana Jones, despite punching Nazis, kind of sexist? Yeah, Indiana Jones is sexist as fuck. Oh, God. Also, I don't know if we're ready to have the Indiana Jones conversation. I don't know that we're ready to. I don't know that we're ready to have the Indiana Jones conversation, guys. I saw an episode on Indiana Jones on the discourse. Yeah. What did Indy do? In a teenager. The Indiana Jones is a statutory rapist conversation? Yeah. Yeah, because Steven Spielberg and George Lucas thought it would be really edgy if the backstory of Marion Ravenwood was that Indiana Jones had a relationship with her, did a statutory rape while he was an assistant professor under her dad. Yeah. You know, there's a reason why in the movie he says, you knew what you were doing. It's because he's implying she was old enough to know what she was doing. So here is dialogue from Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Indiana, hello, Marion. Marion, Indiana Jones. I always knew someday you'd come walking back through my door. I never doubted that. Something made it inevitable. So what are you doing here in Nepal? Indiana, I needed one of the pieces your father collected. Marion surprises him with a right across the jaw. Marion, I've learned to hate you in the last 10 years. Indiana, I never meant to hurt you. Marion, I was a child. I was in love. It was wrong, and you knew it. Indiana, you knew what you were doing. Marion, now I do. This is my place. Get out. And that is the dialogue in the actual film verbatim. And with Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, we have transcript of the 1978 story meetings between George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, and Lawrence Kasdan. And that transcript reads as follows. Kasdan, I like it if they are already in a relationship at one point, because then you don't have to build it. Lucas, I was thinking that this old guy could have been his mentor. He could have known this little girl when she was just a kid, had an affair with her when she was 11. Kasdan, and he was 42. Lucas, he hasn't seen her in 12 years. Now she's 22. It's a real strange relationship. Spielberg, she had better be older than 22. Lucas, he's 35. He knew her 10 years ago when he was 25 and she was only 12. Lucas, it'd be amusing to make her slightly young at the time. Spielberg, and promiscuous. She came on to him. Lucas, 15 is right on the edge. I know it's an outrageous idea, but it is interesting. Once she's 16 or 17, it's not interesting anymore. But she was 15 and he was 25, and they actually had an affair the last time they met. And she was madly in love with him, and Spielberg, she has pictures of him. So, yeah. This was one of the discussions they had during the production of Indiana Jones. And the novelization of the film canonically confirms she was 15 when the affair began. So, yep. It's just not interesting if she's older, I guess. I believe the term is problematic. Yes, I believe that is correct. Thank you, whichever scriptwriter cut out the age. Yep. Ay. Indiana Jones and the filing of charges. Yeah, no kidding. It's just lazy writing. They couldn't think of a good breakup story. Yeah, right? They wanted to just take a shortcut by making the hero of their film a fucking pedophile. And like, also, God smote down all those Nazis, but not Indiana Jones? Implications are terrible. Somniostatic, that was their plan, and yeah. It was a different time. I don't think 1980 it was more acceptable to have sex with children. Let's see here. Quick, let's transition to something else. All right. Ha! I love that Watto lives rent free in your head. Yeah, he really does. And I can't get it out. Oh, you like Max Rebo and the Cantina Band? I like something a little bit more esoteric. Let's see here. Okay. I think I have one more segment in me. I think it's time for me to lay on a new one for you guys. So, folks, we are here once again, and I just have to say I don't know how this is all gonna go down. Is it gonna be okay? Will anything be fixed? Are we going to be able to survive this entire ordeal together? I hope so. I think maybe we could. It's possible that all of us will get out the other side of this alive. But, you know, some of us might get lost along the way. You know, we might fall off the path, as it were. And I need to find a specific item here on my in my emotes. For the bit to land. Well, guess we'll just have to pull this out. Nah, fuck it. Whatever. We don't need props. We don't need them. Props are for the weak and people who have prepared their comedy better. I have a lot of other props, though. I could throw a tinfoil hat. Wait. Brilliant. No, it has a white background. No, I didn't remove the background. Oh dear. Okay. Well, looks like we're in a bit of a pickle here. All right. It's time for us to set sail, folks. On the good ship, What If Alt Hist. It's time. It's time. Get out your crack pipes, everybody. We're gonna learn what's wrong with the left. Man the masts! Eyes out for icebergs! Let's go!
We are currently in a historic moment. Few have realized this, but history is actively being carved out now. I decided to stop everything and write this video since I realized people needed an on-the-ground assessment of what's going on, since we currently exist in a moment of chaos in which no one really knows what's happening, and those who know a little tend to be propagandists. Since the Trump victory in the last election, there's been this great question. What is the left going to do about this? The great irony is that the left itself doesn't seem to have an answer to that question. This is very important, since even though they are in mental disorder, the left is still the overwhelming ruling class of the Western world. The left runs the imperial bureaucracy, the United Nations, the European Union, the Catholic...
I'm sorry, this video came out 1 month ago. With Donald Trump in office and Donald Trump stooges in all majorities in both houses of Congress. All right, cool.
Catholic Church, major corporations, tech, the media, the educational system, academia, Hollywood, and any other institution you could throw a dart at. Without the
yeah, except, you know, the most powerful ones in the government, you know, except for those. Wait, did he? Wait, I did not hear him call the Catholic Church a leftist.
Imperial Bureau is still the United Nations, the European Union, the Catholic Church, major corporations.
Oh my God, he did say the Catholic Church. I'm sorry. You know what? Okay, I'm in the right headspace for this.
Tech, the media, the educational system, academia, Hollywood, and any other institution you could throw a dart at. Without the left, there's basically nothing left in the Western world, since the right is incapable.
Kids, Riverboat Jack loves the smooth, cool taste of crack rock. Do you need to get the energy to get through your day, but hate the twitch of energy drinks?
No!
Riverboat Jack recommends crack.
Kids, don't do crack. It'll fuck you up. Nailed it. Anyway, what were we talking about again? I can't remember.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you for supporting stream.
Capable of creating its own institutions as of now. This is a video to look at what's going on with the left right now.
Yeah, what is going on with the left? What's the left's deal?
This video is my best attempt to do it, since I do not have the ability to look into the minds of the left's leadership to see where they're at.
Wait, you don't? Wait. I feel lied to.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
I feel lied to. I feel like Gandalf would be able to peer into the minds of leftists. God damn it.
I am going to be looking at the media, messaging, and implicit assumptions behind the left today to figure out their next move.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. What is our next move? You know, we're trying to figure that out. What if alt hist always 10 steps ahead of us, walking on sunshine?
No matter what they do, they will be determining history from now on.
I'm sorry. Has this always been the Has this always been the intro to What If Alt Hist videos? I don't remember the butt rock. I just remember the crack rock. It has? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I spent a lot of time on...
How? That was somehow cringier than like the John Doyle intro where he kisses his sister.
Online studying for this video, watching videos and articles, and if you're
I spent a lot of time preparing for this video too.
Anything like me, you also spend a lot of time online. One thing that's been super helpful for me, and I know will help you as well, is Surfshark.
Fuck. Oh, God.
The sponsor of today's video. Surfshark is a VPN with encryption. Try Surfshark today and explore. Cover a wide variety of topics between anthropology, history, philosophy, politics, and others. However, the thing I've become
Expert in all fields. You're like Keanu Reeves after he awakens in the Matrix.
Best known for is my prediction that modern America is on the verge of a political crisis comparable to the French Revolution or the
That's not a difficult prediction to make when we're in the middle of a constitutional crisis, man.
American Civil War. That America is about to experience a horrifying internal war between the right and the left, which will completely remake the current social order, leaving blood on the streets. If you're new to this show, that may sound insane. However, watch my half a dozen videos on the topic if you'd like to hear more. Especially so, my 1,000 deaths bet has gone pretty viral. Last April, I made a bet with my friend Andrew Heaton that America would
Wait, who's Andrew Heaton? That sounds familiar. He's the host of a podcast called The Political Orphanage. A frequent Reason TV contributor. He led. I'm sorry. There's an interesting facts about him on his page. He owns 1 square foot of a Scotch whiskey distillery in Scotland. Is that the new? Like feudal lord like titles scam? I'm sorry. All right, cool. He lived in a tool shed behind his best friend's house for 6 months while working as a TV extra. I mean, that's cool, okay? Like, that's cool. I like that. He led weekends of awesomeness expeditions in Oklahoma where he attended a prison rodeo, went spelunking without a helmet, gambled at a wiener dog race, had dinner with an Amish family, went looking for alleged Viking runestones, and ate 2 beating rattlesnake hearts. One, okay, just pause. You ate 2. Like you ate the first one and then said, "More, please?" Why? But also, why were you looking for Viking runestones in Oklahoma? We didn't get that far, bucko. Also, a prison rodeo sounds like slang for something that is unspeakably filthy. A prison rodeo sounds like an incredibly sexual time. And, you know, good on you, Andrew Heaton. Oh, he's a dual citizen of the Principality of Hutt River and was appointed a royal diplomatic envoy by Prince Leonard in 2012. That's interesting. Though I am also wondering if that's kind of a similar Scotch whiskey distillery situation. All right. I don't know anything else about this man. I'm going to assume he's totally fine and not at all controversial. Just for the benefit of the doubt.
Experience 1,000 politically motivated deaths within the next year. I then said it on Timcast a few months ago, which broadcasted it out. People are taking this way more seriously than I did.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. What? You said it on Timcast? God damn it. This is... See, all of these people are connected. Like... They are not bright, to say the least. And they all just have their same self-serving circles in the back. Yeah, of course, you went on Timcast and said 1,000 people are going to die, and then everyone gave you attention because conservatives are suckers for that. Like, you could go on a conservative podcast and predict there's going to be like 12 more plane crashes in the next 3 weeks, and they'd go nuts about that too.
Ago, which broadcasted it out. People are taking this way more seriously than I did. I'm actually not.
If I send you money to buy space in the video, will I be a legal lord or lady? You'll be a legal lord or lady of that space in the video. Not of any physical territory, just of that time in the video. You know, if you can buy space, you can certainly buy time. And, you know, when you look at physics, space-time is essentially the same thing.
Not keeping a counter, and the number 1,000 is relatively arbitrary. I find people get obsessive.
Oh, is it? It's arbitrary. You didn't use all of your mathematical apparati
over games where you have a pre-established rule structure. The thing is that if America has 1,000 politically motivated deaths, we really have 50,000 or 5 million or 30 million. The way wars work is that when it rains, it pours. Overnight, you go from peace to complete social breakdown. This is what happened in the World Wars, the American Civil War, the Ukraine War, or even COVID. If we hit 1,000, you'll definitely know. Here we are nearly halfway through February, and it hasn't happened yet. There's not much really else to say. I was very open for my entire career that my job is betting against God, and I'm very transparent about my fallibility. If it doesn't happen, it just didn't happen. There's not much else to say. I'm not going to fill your mind with useless chatter. There's no need to...
I'm not going to fill your mind with useless chatter is like the last thing. Like, I don't believe you. I call bullshit on that, sir. Oh yeah, it's who you think it is, Lady Redclad.
To be children about this. This stuff operates under chance and the
He's betting against God. Well, if you've seen the deep dive into his insanity, he thinks he's God. So, you know, I guess he's betting against himself, in which case it's a rigged game.
Possible part of predicting the future is the actual timing. It's fairly plausible to get an underlying trend down, but to actually predict when it happens is vastly more difficult. For example, is it difficult to figure out when a revolution is gonna happen? Geez. Still think a major war is completely unavoidable. I think it's impossible to get out of the next 4 years without blood on the streets, however and whenever it happens. If it doesn't happen by this April, then I'm going to say within the next 4 years. If it doesn't happen by then, I'll just be objectively wrong. There's nothing else I can say. I see lots of people on my side of the aisle, and I will be open about my biases since they're pretty obvious, and if you don't agree, feel free to take my slant out, where lots of people on the right think that Trump could stop a civil war. I would say
Trump isn't going to stop a civil war. He has no interest in that. Mithril Miss, thank you for the £2. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the show. And I appreciate anyone who does so. Thank you so much.
We've already seen Trump have 4 years in office. I do think Trump is the best president in living memory, which
oh boy, we have to read. I say that Trump is the best president in living memory for a handful of reasons. 1, most presidents in living memory aren't that good. Also, just formatting question here. Why is there no space between the periods and the set? It's fine, but like that'd be how most people would format it. So anyway, most presidents living memory aren't that good. Trump was the only president since the 60s who saw an increase in quality of life for poor Americans. 3, he was the first president to deal with deindustrialization. Right. 4, he called the bluff on the managerial class's dominance. Also, all right, again, the formatting and the grammar here leads a lot to be desired. He shattered the pre-established conservative elite and thus opened up space for the new right to form. He was pretty strong on foreign policy, especially being the first American president who was serious on China and built up a strong coalition in the Middle East. I don't think any of this is true. I don't think Trump. Most presidents in living memory aren't that good, but even in that pile of presidents, Trump is nowhere near the top. What if alt hist? He's the first American president to be very serious on China, which is why he has all of his merchandise produced there.
May sound dramatic, but here's a text wall to explain why. However, a competent business mogul can't stop this avalanche. The issues plaguing modern America stem.
A competent business mogul, he's driven us directly into an economic recession for no reason. What?
Back decades. The reason I think we'll have a war is that the average American exists in a state of poverty today due to complex demographic factors that mostly started around 1971. The average American has gotten significantly poorer. The country has incredibly high inequality. Inflation has skyrocketed, and there are.
You know, that's really interesting that you list it as starting in 1971, and yet seems to really start here in not 1971. In fact, this looks to be 1979. That it's really interesting. That's so bizarre.
Huge classes of elite aspirant, politically motivated young people who want to fight. These are the factors historians have consistently.
I'm just real going back real quick. You know, in fact, just kind of looking at this this a little bit, it actually seems to be relatively steady until, hey, wait a minute, what happened here? In 1981? That's strange. In 1981, these numbers start to diverge. I wonder what happened in 1981. I wonder what happened in 1981. Can any of you figure out what happened in 1981? Very good. That's right. Ronald Reagan. That's crazy.
Inflation has skyrocketed, and there are huge classes of elite aspirant, politically motivated.
And again, I'm taking away the subtitles so that we can see the graph here. Let's see. Oh, look, 1973-ish, looks like. Suddenly the breakage between productivity and hourly compensation. I wonder what contributed to that. What caused productivity and compensation to decouple? This is very interesting. Where did this chart come from? Because interestingly enough, this chart comes from, doesn't seem to go past 2013. And yet here is a chart that looks very, very similar, in fact. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. Huh. Wonder why it continued to stop tracking. Let's see. What broke the link between pay and productivity? This is from the EPI. Starting in the late 1970s, policymakers began dismantling all the policy bulwarks, helping to ensure that typical workers' wages grew with productivity. Excess unemployment was tolerated to keep any chance of inflation in check. Raises in the federal minimum wage became smaller and rarer. Labor law failed to keep pace, and growing employer hostility towards unions. Tax rates on the top incomes were lowered, and anti-worker deregulatory pushes, from the deregulation of the trucking and airline industries to the retreat of antitrust policies to the dismantling of financial regulations and more, succeeded again and again. That's so crazy. You know, and if we're looking here, preceded by Gerald Ford. That's crazy. And okay. So who was president between 1970 and 1974? Does anyone want to take a guess? Who was president from 1970 to 1974? It was Nixon. That's right. Nixon started these policies. Tricky Dick in the 1970s. And those were continued on by Gerald Ford and then rapidly increased under good old Ronald Reagan. Cool.
Young people who want to fight. These are the factors historians have consistently found cause revolutions or civil wars. Said in another way, there's no historic society that looks like us that doesn't have a revolution. There's about 20 different variables you could study blasting off that say we're about to have a revolution. If you're new to this channel, I purposely kept this segment short in order to not bore the people who have heard this spiel 100 times already.
Yeah, because we all know you are the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
1981 was the year Reagan fired the strike air traffic controllers, fundamentally altering the ability of unions to agitate for better working conditions, hours, etc.
Yep. Nailed it. And very knifey duck, a very knifey thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated.
So how does this factor in with the left? Reality is made by a million little choices stemming from the minds of the players. I know the right pretty well, but the left is the other player in the game.
That's right. I forgot he was largely shaped by playing too many RTS games and 4X games. That's right. We're all merely players on the board.
Thus, in order to figure out what will happen here, we need to look into the minds of the left to see what their motivations are for their next potential actions. This ultimate question will determine the fate of our civilization. Part 2, Mind Migrations. You know.
Look, you all merely think you know. But sometimes you can only know if you are a spiritual Gandalf.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
That's a mind migration for you folks.
Oh, there used to be a time when America was a single country. You could drive from Boston to Los Angeles to see a coherent society where people had similar values, blood, philosophic views, national identity, understanding of their shared history.
That has never been true. That has literally never been true. I deported my mind migrants. No. I just Yeah, everyone in America used to be related by blood. What? You could drive from one end of the country to the other and it would all be one homogenous mass. What? That's just patently untrue. As somebody from Minnesota, from a family of like Swedish, Norwegian, and German immigrants, okay, like I can tell you, the Swedes, the Germans, the Norwegians, they all had blood feuds with each other up here in Minnesota, and that's setting aside, you know, indigenous people who were here before us, or like other groups of people who came, and like the idea that we were just a homogenous happy mass is the imagined past is just that. It's well, I don't have words for it, but I do have a helpful visual aid to describe what this is.
And income range. That's obviously not the case now.
America, the blood wars.
Ironically, globalization and immigration have...
That's right, folks. You all thought he was building up to a civil war? No, we're talking about the American blood wars. Nailed it.
Split different regions of America more apart, while the intention was to do the opposite. Do you...
Oh, what? This is Nazi rhetoric? Yeah, that's because what if Alt Hist is a Nazi who believes he's guided by Odin?
Guys, remember 2010? I think everyone who's watching this should be old enough to do so. For the 10-year-old watching this, I want to say I am very proud.
What? You think 10-year-olds are watching your content? Who would subject children to this?
Old enough to do so. Guys, remember 2010? I think everyone who's watching this should be old enough to do so. For the 10-year-old watching this, I want to say I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Can I get that on the soundboard? Can I get I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have? Can I get that on the soundboard, please? I need it. This is loser shit. This guy is such a loser. Oh god. I'm hemorrhaging. Yeah. I'm just hearing this over and over in my mind.
To be able to understand this at this age, and if society is still functioning when you're older, you could probably become quite wealthy off being so precocious.
You know, can we just take a moment? Can we just take a moment in the middle of this? We are 8 minutes into this video. Okay? This video has 487,000 views. No one in the comments, by the way, is at all talking about any of this shit. Like, they're not talking about the weird aside about like 10-year-olds watching this. Like, if you're a 10-year-old watching this video, you're a very smart boy. You're just the smartest boy. I bet you're going to be a billionaire. You're the smartest child ever, because you understand my content. And like, you have to understand, like, when he's talking like that, he's also talking to his adult audience, and I think, frankly, the adult audience is getting something out of, like, out of this. Like, they're his children in a way. Like, I don't know. This is so fucking weird. Anyway, yeah, I bet you could become a billionaire.
However, 2010 was an interesting psychological state, at complete odds with the rest of the human condition. 2010 was the last point where you could see that.
By the way, I'm pretty sure in 2010, Rudyard was like 9 or 10 years old. So like
Unified 20th century myth of America.
Yeah, 2010 was the last time you could see a unified America. Fuck you, you asshole. That's not even remotely true. Why 2010? Because 2010, he was 10 years old. And in his child brain, he was like, yeah, America. We're one people. Just one unified, harmonious whole. And then the Fire Nation attacked. Retroactively in 2001.
I'll watch movies from 2010, and it feels almost as if it was a different reality that somehow I lived in.
They're movies, man. They're not real. They're not. They were made by Hollywood for a different social, like, fabric public. This is nostalgia, you dipshit. Like, holy shit.
Last time you could see an America that looked reminiscent of The Simpsons or Home Alone. This was a time when Hollywood and Wall
You can literally still find that. It's a diminished middle class. You can still find it.
Street were seen as Americana. The reason I'm pointing this out is that our society's collective psychological starting point is this time period. The great...
What? No, it's not. 15 years ago is not the event horizon for all of society. Just for you. Because you were a kid in 2010 and then you started growing up faster. Because you went through puberty and shit. God damn, this guy is such a numbnuts. What is he talking about? He's talking about his like nostalgia goggles, but he's universalizing them to everyone and the very fabric of society itself.
Irony is that this old 20th century America was a lie and
Oh my god. Things all the rest of history believe that we don't. Men and women are biologically different. No, actually. In the past, people didn't even know how like women created babies. They literally didn't know. They knew it had some association with like having sex, but it's only relatively recently that they figured this out. Okay? Like, no. Like, they would know, like, man, pee-pee, woman, vagina, but like, that wasn't a hard rule, you know? Anyway. I mean, I feel like that this shouldn't even be that difficult to like demonstrate. You can find like statues of like, intersex people from like Roman and Greek times. Like this isn't even like that difficult to show that they recognize that. 2, race, sex, ethnicity, and class are partly biological. I don't even know where to begin on this one. Class is biological. Do you have the rich gene? The Richie rich gene in you? Jesus. Race is an invention and class is bullshit. Race is literally a social construct that has no bearing on the actual color of people's skin. I just, oh man, guys, the coal miner gene. Yeah, exactly. How the fuck is class partly biological? Don't ask. He's gonna make like a 3-hour long video about it. It's gonna be a nightmare. Oh god. All right. I'm sorry. This is breaking my brain a little bit. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Gamer G. You're the best around. Just gonna throw this on the little soundboard here. Excellent.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Jesus Christ. It's in. Okay. Okay, yeah, race is a social construct. You literally know that because like you can look at the writings of Benjamin Franklin, and even Benjamin Franklin was like, yeah, those filthy non-white Swedes, Norwegians, and Germans. So like it's a social construct. That's just a fact. Sex, again, relatively socially constructed. Like you can consider partially biological in the sense that it's like it occurs in like a bimodal spectrum manner, but like again, a socially constructed 2-category system that doesn't really capture the full breadth of what sex can be. Ethnicity, sure, partly biological, sure, why not? 3, progress is not an innate law of the world. Wait, we do believe that. Like, progress can also regress. That's why we have the word regress. 4, family, community, and nation is the bedrock of human life. Nations are relatively modern concepts. So no. Community and family. Well, yeah, because humans are social creatures. War is a nasty reality to accept. Accept.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Accept. 6, equality doesn't really exist. Yeah, you're right. It's an ideal to strive towards because we all benefit from it. 7, the greatest things. Oh, sorry. The greatest things are divine and the lowest are demonic.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
He forgot the space between. Wait, this time. Wait. Oh no, he put spaces between some of the periods. I think. No, maybe not. Okay, never mind. But he forgot the space between R and divine. 8, there are archetypal forms to the universe. No, there's not. Archetypes are a debunked pseudoscientific thing dreamed up by Carl Jung. This is some Jordan Peterson brained bullshit. Human nature is innately fallible. I don't think anyone disagrees with that, actually. 10, there is a divine and spirit world. Yeah, the divine and the demonic. Yeah. '11, consciousness exists in its own right. like separate from a brain. I would love to see that demonstrated. 12. Happiness has more to do with values and connection than with material wealth. I mean, yes and no. There's a certain amount of material wealth that can be used to secure greater happiness. And after that, there are diminishing returns. I think like the number was like, at least like 10 years ago, was like $80,000 a year or something like that. 13, that the universe is a self-reflexive conscious system. That is absolutely not a thing that all of the rest of history believed that we don't. And also, just is not true. 14, that history operates in cycles of bad times, decadence. Yeah, sometimes things go from bad to good and good to bad. That's true. Because it's almost like things being good and bad, kind of like a binary system. So it's either good or bad. That's not really a cycle so much as you created a binary through by which to sort things. Kind of like when you flip a light switch on and off. It's not really a cycle per se. In the sense of like any kind of meaningful addition to what it means to exist. My source for all of this is that I made it the fuck up.
Completely removed from the rest of the human condition. This was the era of the blue pill, a society where it was an era which thought that history was over, believed in equality, feminism, progress, secularism, didn't believe in the spiritual, pretended to be Christian.
Oh my god. Oh no, there's another wall of text.
If past people prioritized values and connection over material wealth, why did they go invading and colonizing for material wealth?
Look, Nomi Sunrider, you have to understand that, like, people of the past were enlightened, they were homogenous, they were in unity across all of America, holding hands, like the hit movie Us. And also, like, they... You know, they were out there, they weren't looking for wealth, they were looking for God. And immaterial things like glory. And, you know, just in the process of looking for those things, they also got the gold. And, you know, like that's, you know, that was incidental. They weren't looking for it, but if they happened to find it, they weren't going to turn their nose up to it. You know, like, also, I would just like to commend you.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Oh, God.
But didn't really...
Oh, God. Okay, yeah, another wall of text. I'm convinced most modern Christians don't actually believe in God. That's because it's impossible to really have God through a materialist paradigm, through which is completely dominant in the West today. Materialism is the idea that all reality is material atoms. In an idealist mental framework, God must exist as the central nuclear mode of consciousness. This is why God was so intuitive to pre-modern societies, but not ours. Most Christians see Christianity as a moral code for social control. Everyone today sees religion as a vector of social control. It's just that the right likes that control and the left dislikes it. If God spoke to Christians through a burning bush, they'd see themselves as mad. Like, I'm sorry here, but like, materialism is the idea that all reality is material atoms. That's not so. Material reality is just reality you can demonstrate. It's just reality you can demonstrate and reproduce. That just broke me. You know what? We're only 9 minutes into a 55-minute video.
believe in God, was so wealthy, naive, and many other traits. This was all an illusion spun by the enormous wealth of the post-World War II era. It's so remarkable how quickly we've forgotten the entire rest of the human condition. All of human history outside this warm bubble is very different. Hierarchical, religious, coercive, violent, magical.
You know what's crazy? Like, he's saying this about a time period during which the United States was doing violent coups and overthrowing governments around, like, our entire half of the world. He's saying this about a time period during which, like, there were the threat of, like, a global nuclear war was very real, and he's like, we forgot about it in our magical warm bubble. It's like, there was a thing happening called the Cold War. They talked about it a lot, actually. They had children doing drills for what to happen if, like, their nearest town was annihilated by an atom bomb.
Mythic, dramatic, heroic, amongst other things. The problem is that the illusion of 2010, as time passed, became impossible to maintain for a larger...
Oh my god. What? The illusion of 2010 became harder to maintain. After I'd played Angry Birds, it was all downhill from there. Like, are you... What? After I saw Twilight, it was all downhill. Now Kristen Stewart is gay and in those movies about underwater eldritch monstrosities. And Robert Pattinson is doing heady art films about lighthouses with Willem Dafoe and his huge dong.
In a larger percent of the population. The main story of our...
Angry Birds radicalized him with all of the anger. Maybe video games did break him.
Times is how does one choose to leave the myth of the 2010 era? A major reason I believe we have to have a civil war.
I genuinely, like, it's insane to me to go from everything was pristine and perfect in 2010 to guess we have to have a civil war now because we aren't having any more Twilights. Like, that's, you realize that's fucking nuts, right? Like, this is the rantings of a lunatic. Genuinely. You need to have, like, okay, just real quick, right? You need to have, like, an actual argument. And the argument you're trying to make here is that there was something unique about the 2010s or 2010 in particular that made it like this last gasp. And the argument you have made to back that up is that you watched movies from then and they just seem different. And now you've concocted a theory of civil war based off of the fact that the movie Twilight feels different now. It feels like it was made for a different audience. And, like, yeah, because you aren't 10 anymore. Like, you know, like, it wasn't made for you. Yeah, he was radicalized by Team Edward and Team Jacob's extremism.
Is that America has become a country where we have different large demographics of the population who basically believe in different realities of the world that have been diverging more and more over the last few years, and these understandings of reality are completely unreconcilable. I am going to split the population into different pills based off red pill terminology, since the only way you can understand the left is to see their own internal emotional journey.
Man, I love that he's using a trans matrix analogy to just color code different ideological positions.
Major issue as well is that the society is completely incapable of coming to terms with the fact that the blue pill era was a lie. Thus, different factions have different answers, most of which are frankly incredibly stupid and silly, since the wise and educated older folks who should have brought more wisdom are themselves bought into maintaining the old lie. An important point that I want to say before I get started is that although we inhabit the same physical space as the left, we are not in the same world, if you understand what I'm I'm saying. The word world carries connotations of your entire concept for how reality works between metaphysics.
I just, like, I'm half expecting here to see something so different. Can we just I need it. Yeah, here we go. I keep thinking he's gonna throw up something like this. Like just something along these lines. Just the flat Earth map. We've got we've got it all, baby. I just I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the point where he gets radicalized to the flat Earth situation. What even is this map? It's the flat Earth. It shows what's outside of the ice wall, you see. See, there's ice wall number 1, and then you sail even further, and then you hit ice wall number 2. And then if you manage to get through that, there's the continents of the gods like Asgard. So, that's cool. It's just Attack on Titan, but with water. Yeah. Anyway.
Physics, between philosophy, between your process of just how the environment and human life is, which is why I'll frequently say stuff like the Islam.
Oh boy, wait, did he make these maps himself? He made these maps himself, dog. There's the West, there's Latin America, and then just nothing over here. Just absolutely barren of culture. And then, of course, also barren of culture everywhere up here. And all of Alaska, also barren of culture. And then you have all of this is barren of culture, nothing happening here at all. And as we all know, this is the Islam part of the world. And then we have India. And then Highland Buddhists and Orthodox. The West, Malay, Japan, and Ethiopia, and then Sahel. So I do like the implication here that like anyone that lives in like, upper Canada or Greenland or, Alaska or the Amazon or anywhere in the African interior is culturally the same as Antarctica. Cool, definitely not racist as fuck.
Islamic world or the Western world and that sort of thing. This is a German concept originally. This is a point that I need to—
Oh yeah. Do you really like those German concepts? I wouldn't have guessed.
Emphasize. If you're a rightist, you've gone through an enormous intellectual journey since 2016. I look at who I was in 2016 and I was 15 years old, and I'm in complete—
Fuck, dog.
shock at how much I've changed as a person, as have my views. The left have been on their own—
Wait a minute.
I look over— This is a German concept.
Okay, well, first of all, we know he's full of shit because in the year 2005, the movie Madagascar came out. And he should know, as he was 5 at the time, the ideal age group for Madagascar, that Madagascar has, culture and civilization. So, I'm calling bullshit on this entire map.
originally. This is a point that I need 2016. I look at who I was in 2016.
I've gone through an enormous intellectual journey since 2016. Yeah, I would hope that you've gone on an intellectual journey since you were 15 years old. I would hope that you haven't just stayed in stasis from when you were a teenager.
16 and I was 15 years old, and I'm in complete shock at how much I've changed as a person, as have my views. The left have been on their own journey, one which rightists don't see. The result of this—
Yeah, because we live in linear time, and events happen propelling us forward through time. That's how that works.
Journey appears as madness to rightists, which it objectively is, don't get me wrong, but it completely makes sense inside the frame the left is holding on to. Let me start—
What?
Makes sense inside the frame the left is holding on to.
Why did he bleep that out? It sounded like he was trying to say rhetorical.
Let me start with my group, and I would assume yours, the red pill.
Well, but again, if he used the R slur, then why is he ending it with, like, all? Like, you don't, okay.
It frequently feels as if the last 4 years has been God shoving me red pills, saying, hey kid, take another shot and don't throw up this time. I've been red pilled on so many things in such a short time period that I find my old worldview completely incomprehensible and silly. The conclusion I eventually came to is that the pre-industrial world was right on almost everything. That really shouldn't—
Hell yeah, dog. It's so great. It's so good to be pre-industrial. This man would have died in, like, I don't know, 2 weeks. If he built a time machine and went back to pre-industrial days, he'd die in 2 weeks.
Wouldn't be surprising, given every society ever in history before us largely believed a lot of the very same obvious things, which I show in this text wall here.
I love that you even refer to it as a text wall. And again, as somebody who has, at the very least, I minored in history, I can tell you this is not a consistent belief throughout history and time. Like, none of these are consistent throughout time. Except for some of them where, like, we still accept it. Like, war is nasty and we don't like it. But, like, we also know that it happens.
I don't want to get too far into the right because that's not the point of this video, but suffice it to say, the right is currently in the formation of new mental and philosophic breakthroughs. Of all—
the right is doing a lot of philosophical labor right now, for sure. But just you wait. You send enough of us leftists into camps, we'll be breaking ground on brand new philosophies, the likes of which you can only imagine.
All the fields I've been in modern America, and I've seen a lot of different industries, the new right is one of the most creative and dynamic. You do have—
Wait, is he in that photo? Yeah, he's this guy right here. I kid. I have no idea who that is.
Industries, the new right is one of the most creative and dynamic. You do have the Fox News watching boomer cons who still believe the exact same things as Reagan, but they're aging out. They don't even really hold power due to the Trump coup. The right deserves its own video, but the short answer—
I do at the very least appreciate that he acknowledges that Donald Trump has done an administrative coup.
Is that everyone on the new right today have all collectively agreed that the 2010 blue pill era was a lie, and they're looking to further in the past to find a new answer. They're on the right, haha, pun intended, path. There are a few other—
Why are you like this? Like seriously. I've watched the manifesto. Why are you like this? Like, why do you write this way? The right, ha ha ha, pun intended. Like, you don't need to do that. It's also like, it's not a funny enough joke to, like, write into your script. You know? It's not good enough. God. now's a good a time as any to say, hey, if you're enjoying this, consider hitting that follow button on Twitch, that subscribe button on YouTube, the like button on YouTube on the stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. So you guys make this stream possible, and I couldn't do it without you fine folks. No, Jack, I'm traumatized. You know, I told you we were going in weird and wacky directions tonight. Right-wing, yeah, the latest right-wing innovation in YouTube videos is simply schizo posting. Can you play the button song? I can play the button song. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click 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 button. Click click button. Good stuff. Such a banger. Jazz Dog is a genius. I hope you guys are having fun with this, though, because I'm having fun at being baffled by this. And you know what? Frankly, it's just cathartic to make fun of someone that embodies the insanity of conservatism, and I appreciate it. All right. Here we go.
There are intellectual tracks, which I talk about here in this text wall. In the original edit for this video, I had a 10-minute segment strategically analyzing each of these pills for their strengths and weaknesses.
Okay. So we have the I was going to split the population into these pills. Blue pill, supporters of 20th century status quo. Red pill, rightists who reject modernism. Gay pill, radical leftists who diverge from the 20th century order by saying it wasn't extreme enough. Black pill, cynics who have given up. Genuine question, why not just write gay? Like G-A-Y. Like, are you too cowardly to just say it with your chest? Like, I usually assume that's the reason. Because I don't think you guys put, like, emphasis on that H there. You don't, like, gay. Like, he misspelled it. Genuinely, there are enough spelling errors in this that I could believe that he misspelled gay. That's true.
I realize we didn't really need that here, but let me know if you want a video with me explaining these different pills in the future.
Why would anyone want that? I mean, I would cover that and make fun of you for it, but no one should want that.
Right made an active decision to break away from the old worldview.
Wait, no, he must have meant gay pill. There's no way he meant to write gray pill, right? R and H are too far away on the keyboard.
All the left needed to double down. I'm so disappointed that all the anarchist, rebel, punk tendencies inside the left were so fake. They've become complete bootlickers for the regime, and it's depressing to see.
Man, I love that his definition of the regime somehow doesn't include the people who currently run the government of the most powerful country on earth. Like... Yeah, the real anarchists are Donald Trump. He's the real anarchist. Are you fucking... I mean, I know he's fucking crazy. I know that.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have. Even communists, who are supposedly there to support the working classes, betray them for wokeness. The thing is that...
Wait, elaborate on literally any of the bits you're saying here.
The way the left differs from the 2010 order is by distilling said order into even greater fanaticism. What that means is that the philosophic conclusions of the blue pill era in their worldview have to be pushed even further without question. Things like equality, secularism, standardization, which are innately false, need to be pushed to their ultimate culmination. Ironically enough, there's two kinds of blue pilled person. You have the boomer blue pill and the zoomer blue pill, and the boomer blue pill is taking the post-World War II silliness at its original face value and then not changing and ignoring how the world has altered massively since 1970, while the zoomer blue pill is just complete deranged insanity, pushing these originally incorrect assumptions to, again, complete insanity. The 2010 order is all—
I don't want you to criticize any group of people for being completely insane until you, like, watch your own video. Like, come on, man.
Already dead, since it was always built off lies. The left deals with this by making the lies even more obnoxious. I hope you can see how in the process of doing so, they make it impossible.
Lies like what? Like, again, if you're writing this as an essay, and I know you don't know how to write essays, right? But if you're writing this as an essay, you have to provide arguments for your points. You can't just say a thing and expect it to be taken as true. You have to argue for it.
Possible to adjust strategically as they default into being a cult. Ironically, their moral code literally denies the importance of evidence, which is—
You know, that's crazy that you say that. It's insane to me that you're talking about like, oh, the left is denying the importance of evidence when I'm pleading you, begging, throwing up, vomiting for you to provide citations on, like, literally anything in these videos.
Is so brutal, it's not even something a conservative could make up about the left as a parody. So what happened with the left? To start,
it's so brutal that I couldn't even make it up out of parody. Okay, then, like, give the evidence that you want. Give the evidence for it, man. Elaborate.
the left gained control over the West's institutions.
I genuinely, Alex Jungroth, I understand the impulse to be like, oh, he means neoliberalism, but, like, genuinely, I don't think this guy understands any of these concepts or things. And I do, again, do not believe he is capable of having a discussion about neoliberalism, even if he knew what the term was.
Around the time period of the world wars. You see this now. The Western elites did a tremendous amount to cover up the communist atrocities that occurred under Mao or Stalin. However, the left was absolutely brilliant at
I'm sorry, what?
Control over the West's institutions around the time period of the world wars. You see this now. The Western elites did a tremendous amount to cover up the communist atrocities that occurred under Mao or Stalin.
What? What are you talking about? Genuinely, what are you talking about? What an effort to cover up the atrocities. Like, academics were systematically targeted by the government if they, like, said good things about Russia or China during this time. What are you talking about? No, like, I'm sorry. No one I have ever met at, like, elite educated institutions has ever been like, oh yeah, Stalin didn't kill anybody. Mao, yeah, that Mao guy never killed a guy. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, exactly, Uncle Gumbald. My political education, I went to college and learned that 40 gajillion people died under capitalism. but 0 died under communism. That was my educational experience. What if alt hist is completely correct?
However, the left was absolutely brilliant at psyoping the public, creating the false mirage of consent, fairness, science, and rationality. Over the course of a century, the state and bureaucracy grew more
I'm sorry, the false mirage of consistent fairness,
science and rationality.
Science and rationality. You know, when you say that rationality is false, it makes a lot more sense that you haven't provided any evidence for any of this waffle you're posting in this video. You know, like, that makes sense. Also, science isn't a mirage. It's a methodology. Science is just short for the scientific method. It is a series of ways to conduct experimentation and review of said experimentation so that we can, you know, replicate phenomena in material reality and like collectively amass knowledge about it. Like that's not a mirage. The knowledge is real, man. I just woo.
Over the course of a century, the state and bureaucracy grew more powerful, the culture grew more leftwards, women gained more authority, while America got less white. The left
Oh, yeah. Again, these things are bad. Women having autonomy and America becoming less white. A big problem in his book.
Left is a kind of mythical vampiric succubi which seduces its prey by saying whatever sweet words to get them to go back to sleep so that they can suck our blood again. It's hard to understand why the
Nobody wants to suck your blood, man.
left so irrationally hates Trump until you realize this fact.
We hate Trump because he wants to destroy our democratic apparatus. He wants to destroy the very ability for us to continue to elect and have representation in government. He says so, and he threatens our very constitutional rights, the fabric that holds our country together. And he does so on a near daily basis.
The left created this false mirage of reality in which they distorted human nature, physics, history, anthropology, religion, and any other discipline to reflect back their absurdities onto the rest of the world. This meant that the things that the rest of history would see as complete madness would come across as common sense to a modern person trying to understand the world. The left created a psychological web where once you accept one of their—
You know, like what? Give an example. Give examples. I want names. Like, because this just seems like your confusion about the world projected onto leftists. That's what this seems like. You know?
Their premises, they win no matter what you do. I cover this more so in my video called Shatter the Glass. If a white person moves out of a minority area, it's white flight, and inside one is gentrification. If a man is too aggressive with a woman, it's rapey.
I'm sorry.
If a white person moves out of a minority area, it's white flight, and inside one is gentrification.
No. Those words have meaning. That's not what they mean. Those relate to wider scale phenomena than individual actions. Those are wider scale phenomena. White flight is not one person moving. White flight is a bunch of people moving specifically because they want to get away from groups of people with ethnic or racial differences. That's different than what you're describing. Similarly, gentrification is a different process than one white person moving into a predominantly non-white neighborhood. That's not gentrification. That's like that. Again, gentrification is a wider scale problem involving like pricing lower income, racially, ethnically diverse groups of people out of their homes. And gentrification can also affect white people. It's not a problem just limited to African Americans, for example. That's something that can happen to anyone because it is an economic phenomenon. And yeah, the people doing gentrification are the developers. Exactly, Hypervisor.
If a man is too aggressive with a woman, it's rapey, and if he's too passive, it's not attractive, and it's an ick.
Again, a man being too aggressive with a woman is not like this is a different kind of problem. Because if a man is too aggressive, it means he has acted without the woman's consent, which is definitionally rapey. Again, if a man is too passive, that's not necessarily unattractive. But what that kind of dichotomy indicates is a person who is unwilling to engage with a woman as an equal. Right? This is what I talked about earlier tonight when I talked about like the need to instill in young men the idea that it's okay to be friends with women. Like what would solve this kind of problem would be just talking to the woman. Like you just talk to them and ask what they want. It's not rocket science. And it's not attractive and an ick for a man to be too passive. Like, sometimes it's just okay to not hit it off with someone. That's also like the third way here. It's just sometimes it's okay to not pursue a relationship with someone. And it's not the end of the world. OMFG, I lost a pre-transition friend because he couldn't handle being friends with a woman the way we were friends. Yeah, exactly. It happens a lot.
The left was able to make our entire world reflect their lies, which made it almost impossible to break out of their web of illusions. The way I did it was from reading history.
Do you get it? Do you get it? It's the on screen. This is the web of illusion. This is the web of illusion. Do you get it? Do you get the visual metaphor?
Almost impossible to break out of their web of illusions. The way I did it was from reading history, one of the most difficult fields to purely falsify, and this is why there are...
What? What? History, one of the most difficult fields to falsify, based entirely on collections of various historians with their subjective viewpoints and anthropological research and data. Isn't history written by the victors? Often, yes. Often, yes. This man is dumb as shit.
There are so many historians who become conservative pundits. The left was able to even get the right to reflect their own fantasies. The right was able to play along with the left's game of bureaucracy, safetyism, femininity, minority appeals, the college system, corporate America, amongst other things. The reason the left hates Trump so much is that he is a single man who's defied their entire order.
No, again, it's that he's a threat to the very constitutional rights upon which this country was founded. And we actually give a shit about those constitutional rights, unlike conservatives, apparently, who don't. They don't give a shit. All of the patriotism was a fucking lie the entire time, apparently. Because the second the rubber hit the road, the second things actually mattered, they all abandoned the Constitution as it was under attack. They are cowards and traitors to the very concept of America. And frankly, I feel like this video is really hammering that home.
Side Trump is a story of how the left is completely wrong and evil. Read.
Oh, God. Okay, another wall of text. Trump indirectly showed a lot of things that the left had been using as their right to rule was wrong. 1, they were the oppressed fighting against the regime. 2, that life for normal Americans had been getting better. 3, that the general public was behind wokeness. 4, that the left would get stronger due to progress naturally. 5, you could stand against the globalist agenda with things like immigration, globalization, automation, etc. 6, the regime really screwed up with deindustrialization. 7, the regime had truly terrible foreign policy. 8, Trump openly challenged the managerial institutions, which had gained an unelected, unpopular stranglehold on the elite. 9, Trump gutted the old country club conservatism, creating a more vigorous populist form. And I just want to say, no, he fucking didn't. He runs the biggest, gaudiest, loudest country club in town. Like, what are you talking about? He literally owns a golf club that he visits every weekend. Additionally, let's just go through that. That the left were the oppressed fighting against the regime. Again, the left is not like, you know, the neoliberals. They aren't left. They're conservative. They're your guys in sheep's clothing. 2, that life for normal Americans had been getting better. It had. Genuinely, it had been getting better. Hey, guess what? We're not poisoned by lead anymore. Thanks, leftists. Jesus. That is, the general public is behind wokeness. They are. Most people don't like transphobic, racist bigots. Most people don't like that. Like, people, when there's a transphobe in public, people don't like that. People don't like vigilante genital inspection police. Like, they don't like that. It's not actually fun or cool or interesting. It's just openly hateful, and it makes everyone uncomfortable. Most people don't like bigots. The left would get stronger due to progress naturally. No. That has never been a given. That's why we have had constantly to fight for it and push for it. 5, you could stand against the globalist agenda with things like immigration, globalization, automation, etc. I don't know what you mean by this because you're too incoherent, and I don't think you actually understand what those things mean. Like, I don't know what the globalist agenda you're referring to here is, so I can't, like, really respond to this properly. Also, like, I'm not really sure. How do you stand against the globalist agenda with globalization? Like, that, you understand why I'm confused on that one? You're explain nothing. It's like you're, I don't know, just writing this in a drug-induced haze alongside workshopping your new religion, I guess. The regime really screwed up with deindustrialization. There is no concerted effort to do deindustrialization, so I'm not sure what that point is about. The regime had truly terrible foreign policy. I think this is the Trump regime, which, yeah. Citation, literally everything you get when you Google foreign policy today, right now. Wait, did the left make Nike? Is that even what he means when he says, like, deindustrialization? Because I don't think that's what he means. Like offshoring manufacturing. I don't think that's what he means. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? It's all incoherent gibberish. Trump openly challenged the managerial institutions, which had gained an unelected, unpopular stranglehold on the elite. Again, I have no idea what you mean by this, unless you're trying to say, is this your, like, way of trying to say deep state? Is this your way of trying to say, like, bureaucrats? who run like the day-to-day operations of 1,000 different departments that each handle pretty vital and important work that keep people from dying. Yeah. Okay. You don't understand the children yearn for the assembly line? Ah, it's true. Losing a hand builds character. Trump again, and then the country club thing. Okay. This guy's just fucking nuts.
This text wall if you're interested, but Trump is a man who was successful enough that he no longer needed the system. He then showed how the managerial class had been destroying America by appealing to normal Americans who had been grounded under the heel of a machine, whether through deindustrialization, immigration, DEI, the breakdown of the family, the school system, and so many other things. To continue explaining the reason that the left hates Trump is that for them to actually understand why so many Americans voted for him, they would have to completely destroy their own worldview. They have to motivate their followers into hating Trump, since in their false worldview, if they can get rid of Trump, they've removed the one thing that can snap their mirage. Keep in mind—
What the fuck are you talking about? The reason we want to remove him is so that we can start picking up the pieces of everything he destroyed and then continue to make the world better for us and for you. You don't deserve it, but we are going to make it better for everybody. God, just openly hateful. I'm bisexual and being friend zoned isn't gender specific. It's not gender specific, but also the people who talk about it and bemoan it the most tend to be cis men. What the fuck is this? We're diving into insanity. Grab your scuba gear.
That psychological studies keep finding that rightists are capable of mentally understanding leftists, but not vice versa. In fact—
Yeah, this is very much you've demonstrated an incredibly on point understanding of leftists in this video. Oh my god. Fuck.
In fact, rightists have mental models of—
Yeah, also, like, that's a great point, Cute Dark Arts. What studies? You know, like, if you're going to say that studies have shown that, cite the goddamn studies.
Of the left that are 3 times as accurate at predicting their actions and ideas than vice versa. This is for complex neurological reasons I explain in this text wall.
Oh man, I need to know his complex neurological understanding. The left is more dependent on neurologically left hemisphere functions and the right on right hemisphere. Isn't that a funny irony? The thing here is that the left hemisphere can only see half the picture, views the world through money and power, has complete certainty, and is incapable of seeing intangible things like religion, community, culture, and change over time. These are psychological issues the left suffers from, and part of the left hemisphere is being unable to understand others, while the right hemisphere can. The right hemisphere is more accurate at predicting, but is more humble. Neurologically, rightists are more similar to other cultures, while the leftists are more distinct. Yeah, you know, I love the idea here that the left hemisphere can only see half the picture, views the world through money and power, has complete certainty, and is incapable of seeing intangible things like religion, community, culture, and change over time. When, like, you started your history of, like, the modern leftist movement in 2010. And not only that, hey, just out of curiosity, how many people in art school are conservative versus how many of them are leftist? I'm just, you know, if Hollywood is dominated by all of these leftists, how could that be if they're all left-brained? Surely they're incapable of understanding culture and art, right? I don't know, just really spitballing here. even with brainwashing, it still doesn't make sense. Alt history, personal ideology isn't the typical Fox broadcast. Maybe the propaganda version of Trump can just be fit into any worldview. Well, what you guys aren't really catching on to is that he's the spiritual equivalent of Gandalf.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Oh, sorry. I mean, he's Gandalf.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
I mean, he's Gandalf.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
So he's just inherently better than you because he's been sent by Odin to educate us and guide us onto a more enlightened path. And I'm not joking about that. He literally believes that.
Another point I'll also throw in is that if you look at Europe or Canada or other countries, you can see that Trump was an incredibly historically significant figure because all of their conservative parties have been psyoped and taken in by the managerial uniparty, which is why lots of conservative parties in Britain or Canada or Australia or France or Germany are to the left of the American Democrat Party. The number one demographic the left aims at psyoping at this point are themselves. An ironic term invented by the left is a thought-terminating point. The purpose of this is to give
the left didn't invent the term psyop. I'm pretty sure the CIA invented the term psyop. Just, just gonna Google psyop here. Just real quick here. Damn it. Okay. Oop. History. Okay. In use during World War I. There was extensive use of psychological operations in World War II. Did we invent PSYOP? Let's see. Psychological operations was assigned to the pre-CIA Office of Policy Coordination with oversight by the Department of State. The overall psychological operations of the United States, overt and covert, were to be under the policy direction of the United States Department of State during peacetime and the early stages of war. Oh, so, like, you mean the American left didn't invent that? That's crazy, dog. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Oh, we even had full-on psychological operation units. Huh. That's so crazy. Anyway. Definitely seems like a leftist phenomenon.
Easy answer to make someone shut up and make them stop asking questions. This is a further incredible example of the point I keep on saying, that you can just look at the left's projections to figure out what they're doing. A great example of this is in one of my favorite movies ever, American Beauty, where a teenager works a crappy job to cover the expensive stuff.
Of course he would like American Beauty. I bet he thinks I bet he thinks that the plastic bag is deep and that it was totally fine for Kevin Spacey to want to fuck a teenager.
Stuff he buys off actually being a drug dealer. For his dad, although the money he makes from catering is nowhere near enough for his son's obvious expenses, it does provide plausible deniability for his dad's denial. This is literally everything the left says now. It's all some thought-terminating point for their own followers to not have to realize that their entire vision of reality is wrong. It's not for you, it's for them. When it seems unbelievably cringe and completely unbelievable, it's because they don't really care about you believing it at this point anymore.
Yeah, the point of protest is not to debate you into believing them. Like, if you're seeing a giant protest with the sign, they're not there to like debate you. They're there to show how many of them believe the same thing and to try and, pressure a certain outcome, to try and influence people. And like, yeah, it's not for, you're not, the people who watch What If Alt Hist videos and think, yes, this is a very smart young man, aren't going to be looking at stop the war on women and think, you're right. Maybe I should be nicer to women. Maybe they do deserve bodily autonomy. You know, that's not going to happen.
It's funny, when people watch these videos, they tend to think I'm some autistic, hyper-rational person, but the reality is I'm actually a very emotional person with a...
Don't worry about that, Rudyard. Nobody thinks that you're a hyper-rational person. Don't worry about that. We got you, buddy.
Emotions being the most important part of my inner monologue. I almost perfectly fit the sensitive young man meme, which is a joke they have in rightist circles that the next generation of young male leadership are sensitive young men that do stuff like stare at a well, thinking about the innate nature of life and death as symbolized in the water of the well. I've done that. Thus, when I study a
You're so deep. Truly, you contain multitudes. You know, what's interesting to me is that, like, guys like this think that they are special and unique little snowflakes, and that no other person has a lived experience that is as deep as theirs. You know? All of the people he dislikes are shallow. You know, they are incapable of understanding the world or even being curious about it, etc., etc., etc. And, like, the thing is, I don't believe that about conservatives. Like, I think that they're deeply sad because I know that they're capable of introspection, because I'm capable of introspection. They just choose not to use that. They choose not to. They choose to remain ignorant and unaware, and that's deeply sad. They rob themselves of a deeper, more joyful, and more meaningful life.
Group or an environment, the predominant thing I look at is the emotional state of everyone involved. I'm very intimate with the modern American left. Since I have loads of American relatives, I've lived for years in very left-wing cities, worked with leftists, and spent nearly a decade in leftist schooling. I was here for this process, so I know exactly how...
I was there for a decade in leftist schooling is a lot, is like the attempt to sound real tough about just you went to public school. You went to public school. That's your I worked with leftists. Come on, dude.
How it played out. A great thing the left never realizes is that the red bubble is significantly weaker than the blue bubble in that almost no conservative...
Sorry. I'm sorry, Konami the Alpha. Please go. It's your puff turn. Sorry.
In America have never seen a leftist argument, but plenty of leftists have never seen a conservative argument. The left...
I've seen plenty of conservative arguments, and I have participated in debates with conservatives. The arguments are just bad. The arguments are just bad. There used to be a time when the conservative arguments were rooted in, like, genuine concern for, like, fiscal stability, or at least a concern for fiscal stability and, like, long-term, like, viability that at the very least was genuine to some extent, even if it covered for other things. And, like, there were genuine arguments you could make in different directions about certain aspects of that fiscal policy. All of that has been abandoned. All of that has been abandoned. You know? And, again, the valid conservative arguments these days are practically non-existent, as far as I've seen. Yeah, also, we aren't even seeing really arguments in this video. This is just a lot of guy says shit.
Left was very smug and complacent before Trump. It's crazy.
Oh man, cool. A list of why Obama was one of the worst presidents in US history. He okay, I guess I guess we've changed up the formatting of the list now. We're not using periods anymore. We're using parentheses. Okay. All right. I'm rolling with it. Just pro tip, if you're going to pick formatting style, stick with that one style. Don't just throw random shit together. Obama radicalized USAID. What does that mean? Do you mean he did more with USAID in order to like facilitate and increase our soft power around the world? Because that's a good political move. That's a good like geopolitical move. 2, he tried to overthrow multiple Middle Eastern regimes while failing, which causes deaths and war even today. And I will say, yeah, that was bad. I don't support that one. 3, he never fought back against China as they rose. I don't think you need to fight back against China when their economy is doing well. That's not a thing we need to really worry about. 4, he promoted deindustrialization and skyrocketing inequality. Again, promoted deindustrialization, citation needed. And yeah. Again, he was a neoliberal, so skyrocketing inequality is also baked in, and I am not a huge fan of that. He told Putin he could invade Crimea, starting the war. I don't think Obama told that to Putin. I don't think Obama said, you can take Crimea, Vladimir. I believe in you. I don't think that happened. 6, he put radical leftists in positions of power. God, I wish that was true. 7, he presided over the rise of wokeness to social dominance. This doesn't mean anything. I don't even know what Rudyard means when he says wokeness. Like what he like the idea that gay people are okay? Like the Supreme Court like legalized gay marriage, and so like and he was okay with it? Like that's all I can think of here that would fall into. 8, he did enormous inflating of currency, or QE, quantitative easing, and we could get away with that because we were the petrodollar. We were the basis on which all other currencies functioned, and Donald Trump is now breaking that. And when that breaks, completely and utterly, we are going to be fucked because we won't be able to do that anymore. The reason we were able to is because we had a special quality to our currency, backed by the US military and our bonds. He gave BlackRock large funds, which resulted in them getting a stranglehold on the economy to push DEI, probably as some quid pro quo deal. I love the use of probably here, but also citation needed for literally any of this. And also, BlackRock is big, but it doesn't have a stranglehold on the economy. Like, it's not that big. Here, yeah, like, okay, it is the world's largest asset manager with $11.6 trillion in assets, but like, there are also other asset managers that have sufficiently large amounts of capital as well. You know? You got other companies that have like 7 trillion. You got a bunch of companies here, okay? That can do that. Now, do I think BlackRock should be broken up and like their actions be made illegal? Yeah, probably. That'd be really good, actually. But yeah, BlackRock DEI, I don't think widely impacted the U.S. economy. Also, I don't know if Obama gave BlackRock large funds, except maybe in like the 2008 financial bailout. That might be possible. He literally did nothing to stop the average American from sliding into poverty over his rule. That's true. I mean, it's not necessarily true, but like a lot of the economic bailouts that happened under Obama went to corporations rather than to people, and hence we had a lot of people kicked out of their homes.
How many leftists today unironically believe that Obama is the best president in American history?
I mean, Obama's not the best president in American history, but he was the first elected African-American president, and that does matter a lot.
Well, in reality, he was pretty terrible across the board. Obama gave the left a sense of stability.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend the guy wholesale here. I also think he sucked. Especially expanding the drone war, but I notice you oddly don't have expanding the drone war on your list. I guess maybe it could fall under the Middle Eastern regimes thing.
And they had grown used to complete social dominance and that the world was guided towards their vision of progress. After Trump seized power, they had an emotional deluge. I talk about this more in the text wall in front of you, but the left went through something that looks like the 7 stages of grief. The psychological fallout due to Trump winning was enormous. If you want a sliver, just watch the SNL video that came out about it. Funnily enough, I did watch John Oliver in SNL then. This was seen as basically a
oh wow, how progressive of you.
Nuclear bomb on their myth of progress. The left went completely hysterical over pretty menial stuff Trump did or said. In retrospect,
yeah, you know, like caging children, separating families with a nonsensical and merely racist ban. Like, you literally show a picture of people protesting, arbitrarily separating families by, banning travel for no reason.
How the left treated Trump was completely inexcusable. It's kind of funny that now that I've lived in other countries around the world, the stuff Mexican or African or Southeast Asian politicians casually say is so much more tame than Trump, and no one cares in those countries.
I think they care. I just think that you don't give a shit about those countries.
Was the period the left started to diverge from reality. I remember seeing this in real time as a teenager, as I saw the left had made the conscious decision that reality didn't really exist, that facts didn't matter, and that the world it's
that's wild, because you aren't using any facts to back up your arguments.
Self was determined by the
writing text walls is not facts. Those are not the same thing.
Emotional experiences of the oppressed, and that power determines truth. Starting then, even as a 15-year-old, I knew that the left would go completely crazy. This, combined with the left's insane purity spiraling, means that the left started from there, couldn't help to go completely and crazy. They literally removed every single mechanism they could have used to recenter themselves from their own madness, since they got rid of all the dissenters while also removing any logical or philosophic reset mechanisms.
I'm sorry, by get rid of all the dissenters because of wokeness, are you just saying like they got rid of like conservatives who like to use the N-word? Because like that's kind of what it sounds like you're saying. Also, shout out to Minnesota. More like Winnesota. Look at this. Hate won't make America great. No Nazis here. Fuck yeah. Gotta represent my state.
I loved watching the left squirm over Kamala Harris, since I knew a decade ago that they would culminate in this. Their purity spiraling over race and sex was something they had.
What? Wait, genuinely, what do you mean? Squirm? The people on the left who were squirming over Kamala Harris weren't doing so over her race or sex.
No mechanism to stop, and thus it would eat them inside until they had to appoint a black woman as president.
A decade ago, he knew this. He was 14. Look, Gamer G, a decade ago, he was still spiritually Gandalf, okay? And he peered into the future and saw, a black woman running for president and thought to himself, all the leftists will be really upset about the fact that she's both black and a woman. And it will rip them apart, and her presidency run will fail.
It's a wonder they didn't have to make her gay as well, or trans, or disabled.
They didn't have to make her gay or trans or disabled. They were thinking about it. We were all of us leftists were together in the pitch room, and we we were gonna, I picked up the baseball bat, but Nancy Pelosi turned and said to me, "No, Jack, no, we've got to start her on double the dose of estrogen so she can pass as a woman on HRT." And then another one, Hakeem Jeffries, next to Nancy Pelosi, said, "No, okay, we have to get photos of her kissing her new wife, okay?" And then she Kamala Harris just looked over and said, "Guys, I don't think I can do this. I think I just have to be I think I just have to be black and a woman, and that'll be good enough." And now we're all kicking ourselves. I should have broken her kneecaps. I should have done it. She'd be in the White House now. Genuinely, is this what he thinks happens?
One who could barely speak publicly, who was universally disliked by both her staff and the public, and who ultimately lost them probably the most important election of the century.
Yeah, and also the closest election on record. The idea that you foresaw this happening in the closest election on record is really insane to me.
We're ultimately watching that.
And by insane to me, I mean, I don't believe it for a goddamn second that you predicted that.
Now is a movement which followed its original logic, weeding out all the dissenters, and now is short-circuiting. There's a historic event which reminds me a lot of the current left. In the early 1500s, during the Protestant Reformation, Germany was plagued by religious wars between Catholics, Protestants, and then again between different varieties of Protestant. Messianic Protestants took over the city of Munster in northwest Germany. As they became walled in by Catholic besiegers, during the siege they spiraled into complete madness, in which they started practicing polygamy, sexual communism, material communism, and mass killings, with internal civil wars. The modern left is an enormous cult, which is doing the exact same thing, which isn't
that's odd, because I don't think you've provided any evidence to back up that enormous claim.
Really surprising, given wokeness is very clear.
For example, when I claim that Donald Trump is the leader of a cult, I show clips of people who believe Trump is the second coming of Christ, or people who present him golden idols of himself, people who talk about him, God working through him to mysterious ends, even though he's flawed, or how people basically worship him. People were buying portions of his suit that he was wearing during the assassination attempt. He was selling them, and people were buying them like relics, like they were holy relics. And again, these are just things you can point to off the cuff, right? These are examples of that kind of cultish behavior. And yeah, there's literally the goat that was given to him in Mar-a-Lago that he put up on display that was made out of fake Trump $100 bills. Yeah. I don't know. There's no way this guy is a true believer, right? This guy is absolutely a true believer. I watched his 10-hour-long manifesto, and I can confirm he believes this shit. And not only does he believe this shit, he believes it religiously. He believes himself to be a literal messenger from the gods.
Clearly a descendant of Protestantism. COVID was another example of this incredible hysteria. The left...
I'm sorry, what? Wokeism is a descendant of Protestantism? What? What? The Protestants are too woke for this guy. Are you fucking kidding?
Protestantism. COVID was another example of this incredible hysteria. The left used so much emotion over Trump 1 and COVID that they're completely burnt out. COVID was relatively tame as an illness, which
it killed 1 million Americans.
Shut down the economy, locked people down, and spent trillions of dollars to deal with. I know we all have stories from our personal life about how hysterical the left got.
It killed 1 million people.
Over COVID. The other thing is that with COVID, and especially so the summer of love, the left was able to gain complete institutional authority. This is important to realize since it completely changed the calculus and perception of the left. Before 2020, the left could convincingly lie that they were the downtrodden, supporting the common man. After that, in which every major institution was beyond woke, and wokeness was very clearly about complete domination of white men, with their complete removal from all public life. It was
What? What are you talking about? Okay, just real quick. I'm going to lay it out there. Corporations have this thing called the profit motive under capitalism. Their goal is to sell a lot of stuff to as many people as possible, right? Similarly, at that time, you had one of the largest, public protest movements of the era happening. And in an effort to sell people more things, businesses catered to that movement to sell them shit. This was not a concerted effort to remove white men from society. It was an effort to sell things to where the dominant ethos of society was, that to make themselves, to make their products more desirable, right? And this did not, in fact, necessitate or even result in white men being removed from public life. White men made the most money off of those marketing decisions. The white men were the ones profiting predominantly from that. But also, they weren't removed from society. They were there the entire time. A white man literally won the presidency.
It was clear that wokeness was a very powerful, suicidal, and insidious force that would kill the West unless stopped. Where does
citation needed for any of that?
Does this leave the internal monologue of the average leftist? Keep in mind that if you're a leftist at this point, you've been through so many filters that you're so deep into the cult. It was a decade ago when the free-thinking leftists like Joe Rogan, Russell Brand, Shoe on Head, Dave Rubin, Sad Gad, and all the others migrated into the rightist coalition.
Holy
Keep
shit.
in mind, the average leftist has probably never heard an honest conservative perspective in their entire lives. The thing with
holy shit.
Woke people is that as wokeness has become significantly more nihilistic, suicidal, and evil, it consumes more.
Yeah, I love, by the way, that he's just like, yeah, wokeness is nihilistic, suicidal, and evil. And meanwhile, you're showing a bunch of people just coming out to protest together and find solidarity with one another to protest agents of the state murdering a man for no reason. You know, that you understand how the image you're choosing for this directly undermines the point you're trying to make, right? If these people were nihilists or motivated by a nihilistic ideology that was both suicidal and evil, they wouldn't be protesting us state agents murdering folks for no reason. Yeah, you know what's really nihilistic and suicidal and evil? Protesting and saying Black Lives Matter. A statement that is literally none of those things. It's the fact that it matters is not nihilist. Like that counteracts the accusation of nihilism. Lives counteracts the accusation of suicidal evil, I think, is directly negated by the fact that all these people came together to stop the indiscriminate murders of Black men and women at the hands of state agents.
More of their minds. Back in 2015, there were loads of leftists who were functioning members of society. They wrote books, had children, served in the military, worked jobs, and all that kind of stuff. It used to be leftists were seen as good at producing culture, making food, and leftist cities were nice places to live. That's not true anymore. An interesting example of this is that in marketing and in sales, woke demographics buy vastly less than their purchasing power should entail. Upon further study, the
citation needed.
Only reason for this is that woke people were so psychologically disturbed that they just had less hobbies, interests, and bought less stuff than other demographics. Part 3, the mind.
Leftists consume less, therefore they're contributing less to society, is again wild to me. My evidence, unnamed studies show they buy less stuff. Like, are you kidding?
Of a leftist. In the recent years since COVID, we've seen the left hit a real burnout. I think the left burned out and gave up.
I'm getting burnt out on this video. I'm not gonna lie.
Around 2022. Keep in mind, since the left is so psychologically feminine today, they see politics as an avenue to express extreme emotions, to allay their own boredom and nihilism. This is why they're so hysterical, but the problem is that given they
yes, it's not because we're upset about the issues, it's because we need to express ourselves.
Were so hysterical for so long, they just burned out all their emotional circuits. The left lost the ability to emotionally self-regulate, comprehend their environment, or believe in anything around 2022. A great irony is that the left got burnt out right when they gained complete institutional capture by the most insane group of radical leftists. This is the worst.
Man, I wish this alternate reality was real, where like the most radical leftists gained control over all the institutions in 2022. Man, that'd be so cool. That'd be so fucking rad.
Place to be, because hopefully after you've attained institutional power, it energizes you so that you can use that power. This is the point you see leftist messaging get deranged and nihilistic for its own sake. It stopped having a real pretense about helping Black people, women, or whatever, and just veered
or whatever
into social suicide. I actually rarely see leftist messaging that's per se about Black people or women now. Instead, you start seeing the climate become a bigger motivator, given climate change offers a complete carte blanche for social suicide. Ultimately, the way you—
What? It literally caring about the planet existing is the opposite of social suicide. You realize that, right? Just on its face.
You get rid of carbon emissions is to get rid of industrial civilization and humans themselves. This was something that Jordan Peterson predicted a decade ago, that environmentalism would ultimately lead to social suicide, but I didn't believe him at the time. I am going to coin Lynch's law, stemming from my own last name.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh my God, it's so fucking good.
Lynch's law is that no matter how psychologically unwell you believe the left to be, they're even worse. This is a phenomena I keep finding in one way or another from all the ways I've interacted with the left.
Doug, you are like the last person on the planet who should be making this accusation. You went through a manic episode where you wrote and recorded 3 videos totaling like 10 hours in length, describing the spiritual topography of your fantasy world that you 100% believe is real. You have even referenced it in this video multiple times. You don't get to say this shit when you believe you're like the reincarnation of Odin or some shit. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that when you've literally described yourself as a prophet sent by the spirit world that I have a sound clip on my soundboard of you saying,
"The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf."
You said that unironically. I can't. I can't with this shit. I'm gonna have to tap out here. Okay, I'm tapping out here because like this is gonna be a two-parter. We'll do the rest of this tomorrow. I did not think this would be. I didn't think we would spend this much time on this. Okay, to be perfectly honest, I didn't think we'd be spending this much time on it. But I'm fascinated and locked in. Okay, I've been going for over 6 hours. And I can't do more of this tonight. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I have taken damage. We'll complete the damage tomorrow. I assure you. There we go. End of part 1, I guess. We did it. Now, folks, if you have been enjoying this segment, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because folks, that's what allows me to do these streams. It's what allows me to cover and push back on, again, this video has almost 500,000 views. This video has almost 500,000 views. So somebody needs to dive into this insanity and push back on it. And please hit all the buttons and drop those subs if you got them. Click the button. Click the button. I'm ending the stream, Van Briggs. Click the button.
I like the hot dogs.
Click the goddamn
button.
Click the button. Click the button. Hell yeah, one-eyed heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Good night, everybody.